Dark Seed of Field cheered again. Are you insecure about your marriage? Fuck no. If you're so immature to understand that I don't want to do romance missions in games because I have tons of real life romance, not fantasy romance in games, you think it's because I'm insecure in my marriage, you're an idiot and you're the immature one.
I think one of the things that would hurt Phil the most is if he suddenly didn't have a wife anymore.
I am not separated from my wife. She is home right now. You're a moron. My marriage is good. My marriage is good. My marriage is good. How is my marriage? My marriage is good. We stay home. We order food. I troll. Speculate. Let me set the record straight. Cat is downstairs crying. When I masturbate, leave my wife out of it. She's beating demons in the closet. She won't come on stream. Trolls keep asking. My wife, Cat, she's full of salt.
There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Tevin. It's Tevin's fault.
It's absolutely true. What I'm telling you, big things are happening behind the scenes. What is up, Tyrone? How are you? We had gone out of our way to celebrate Valentine's Day. We made the decision together, you see, to not go to the dinner. So basically, the day was disappointing compared to what we had imagined it to be. It sucks. You don't want to know what's up here. Shit that will scare you for life. Seriously. Bad, 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 bad. And that's why I don't talk about it.
Dad, you need to get out now. That place is toxic.
My mother said to me, I want you to go on a honeymoon, and I'll pay for the flight and the hotel room. I was like, that's great. It's a no-go. You know, that's money I need to pay my bills. How much do you need to not get screwed over? I told her. She gave me the money.
My marriage is good. My marriage is good. My marriage is good.
Oh, Tyrone, it's going good. We stay home. We order food. I troll. Speculate. Let me set the record straight. Cat is downstairs crying. When I masturbate.
Addiction, bankruptcy, jail, back taxes, rehab, divorce.
Makes me spin in my chair. What about killing Seattle air?
Another dollar tip came in from Tyrone. We need to hang out again.
So I guess what happened is this morning, my wife was doing stuff in the kitchen, getting ready to go to work, and she says her shirt got caught on the handle of the cabinet. So she walked back and it pulled and it yanked the whole fucking front of the cabinet apart. I go downstairs
and the vacuum cleaner is in the middle of the floor. I really not fast. Did you ever find a restraining order? I really not fast. Did you ever find a restraining order?
Sounds good to me.
And I say, Cat, what's wrong? Oh, the vacuum cleaner broke. What? The motor must have gone because there was smoke.
It's a joke.
And all of a sudden she says, Phil, you gotta come in the back, we got a major problem. The shower valve broke. The tub is clogged. Probably got 8 years of dirt, and it doesn't work.
So my wife can't work today. I was awoken to be told the car doesn't start. That's shocking.
I tested the car last night, all right? Sit down in the car, go to start it, it just won't start.
I'm really not fast. Did you ever find a restraining order? I'm really not fast. Did you ever find a restraining order? My marriage is good. My marriage is good.
Oh, Tyrone, it's going good. We stay home, we order food, I troll, speculate, I want to set the record straight. Cat is downstairs crying. When I masturbate.
$11.95? You can't afford $11.95? What's your problem?
Kool-Aid girl, my only love. Kool-Aid girl, my only love. Juice on your lip and it's dripping on your hips. Put my girl in jail for so long. She did nothing wrong. I want you free and I'm begging to the skies above. Kool-Aid girl, my only, yeah, Kool-Aid girl, my only love. If I was that guy from the farming website, I'll treat you right, clap those cheeks all night. I would change your life, no more OnlyFans. vacation in Japan, and you can use my hot tub. Kool-Aid girl, my only. Kool-Aid girl, my only love. Juice on your lip, and it's dripping on your hips. Put my girl in jail for so long. She did nothing wrong. I want you free, and I'm begging to the skies above. Kool-Aid girl, my only. Kool-Aid girl, my only. Juice on your lip, and it's dripping on your hips. Put my girl in jail for so long. She did nothing wrong. I want you free, and I'm begging to the skies above. Kool-Aid girl, my only. Kool-Aid girl, my only. Kool-Aid girl, my only love. Kool-Aid girl, my only love.
I'm 5 days gone from streaming and it's caused a bit of fuss. There's no end of speculation as to what the reason was. Did I take this sudden little absence cause me parents bit the dust? Or is Comcast being a detractor as I've previously discussed? Am I on the run from taxmen or some other agency? Was I whisked away for study to a distant galaxy? Or has Tevin now decided that it's time to murder me? Or perhaps I'm being haunted by the vengeful ghost of tea? Did the demons in the corners seize the center of me mind? Did I have a mental breakdown and just leave it all behind? Am I walking on the freeway where I never dared to drive, with a plaintive thumb extended cause I'd really like a ride? I'm not sure why I'm British now, and I'm 6 girls behind, but if I don't hit another one, I'm not sure that I mind. Look, there's the sun. See it shine. So I waddle down the freeway and me cares are nearly gone. No one here knows that I had a wank but left the camera on. Then a lorry pulls up to me and asks where I'm trying to go, and it's only then I realise that I don't rightly know. I could double back to Renton to me mum, I mean me wife. I could bring her consolation so she won't fear for me life. But the opposite direction surely seems to tantalise. I could keep on pressing eastward and just leave it all behind. So I tell the lorry man I'm heading east and far away. He just shrugs and makes room for me and we're off with no delay. Though I'm sure the view is lovely, I can't see a thing because as he's driving I repay him by the road's unwritten laws. He probably should just take it slow. I hear a screech, then I'm out cold. The one thing that's important above everything else is to get away from everyone who knows I touched myself while I was streaming. I must say, I guess that's the positive if I should die today. He won't know. They won't know. I said hello. I've learned that life can have meaning when you're 5 days gone from streaming.
I'm back from my own kind of 5 days from streaming. So thank you all for coming back. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully the time gone wasn't too long. So big ups to all of my Atlas enjoyers, you calcium cretins out there, you fellow milk drinkers, even possibly, maybe. Thank you all for your patience and of course coming back. I took a couple of weeks off, and in the meantime, I did in fact get married. I don't have a celebratory graffiti or a pop or anything, unfortunately, because setting up for this stream has been an utter nightmare and nothing but chaos. And it seems like not even the chat is working. How cool and robust is that? That's so awesome. So yes, I did get married, and it was nothing but a problem all the way up until the day of marriage, including while we were getting married. And I'll get to your guys' super chats and memberships in just a second, because I had my own Comcast style, business ending moment just before I was getting married. My internet went out, refused to come back on. Apparently, a squirrel had chewed through the lines. These fucking detractor squirrels, dude. And then they decided to call me and text me at least 6 times during the reception, or not during the reception, but during the practice style thing that you do. I'm drawing a blank on the name. But we were trying to do the rehearsal. That's what we were doing. The rehearsal the day before, and they just kept interrupting to tell me that people were on the way to fix it. If I give a fuck, which was very, very cool. But the wedding was fantastic. I absolutely wound up getting sick multiple times. The nerves were insane, which is crazy because I do this every once in a while, and this doesn't have nerves whatsoever. So, of course, big ups to all of my family that'll never see this stream in their entire life. I really appreciate everybody for being there and everything that they did. Now, to the point of this stream being a fucking nightmare to set up, okay? I sat down yesterday to make the thumbnail, as I typically do, Friday style thumbnails, because that's the only time. Thank you all so much. Thank you. I said I'll get there. Let me finish my story. I sat down yesterday to do the thumbnail, Friday style, like I always do when I finally know what's actually going to be in this in the lineup, and I had nothing but errors coming up from my favorite photo editor of choice. I spent 3 or 4 hours uninstalling, reinstalling, checking every setting under the sun that I possibly could, and just honestly could not get it to work to save my life. I wound up getting it to work eventually after multiple hours, and then I open up the program again today, and it once again doesn't work, which is very, very cool. I also went to download the final Snort Hogan clip that we're going to be watching today, and I just want to give you a piece of what I downloaded, because it is not a Snort Hogan clip as I would imagine it. This is what I was greeted with here.
Bruder.
Schnaubt, schnaubt. Ich habe den Tropfen.
Leute, das Offensichtliche anzusprechen, wenn ihr gerade im YouTube
So obviously we can't watch that. I have no idea why that was the case or what happened, upon downloading. Just a fucking mess. Nothing wants to work for me. It's very cool. Not to do like a little DSP opening segment or anything, but basically anything that could go wrong in setting up for this stream has gone wrong. So if for some reason my PC comically explodes like an episode of SpongeBob or something, like a nuke has gone off in this room, it's pretty much just par for the course at this point. And I'm just going to throw my hands up and say there's nothing that I could do. So thank you all for your patience before. Thank you all for your patience now. Of course, a lot of you sent in very, very kind words. So thank you, XJS, before the stream even started, for your membership to the Skeleton Gang, the 60 Skulls. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Conqueror of Iberia with 18 months. Saying big ups, everyone. My wife and I are expecting a child. Have a drink of water on me, everyone. Alcohol is haram. May Allah bless you all. Thank you for your kind sentiment. I will have a drink of water on your behalf. Big ups for expecting a child. Very, very exciting. I hope everything goes well. Jordan Fadeaway with the 2, saying for the BF6 and Burrito vibes later today. Well, I will be playing some Battlefield 6 today. I checked my hours today even, and I have 49, I believe, at this point, and I have left a negative review for the game, despite continuing to play it, because I did already purchase it, so there's nothing I can do about that now. There's a lot to change, but it can be enjoyable. Thank you, Tuna Sandwich, for the 5. saying big ups on becoming a marriage-style skeleton. Hopefully, you traded your honeymoon for a tax payment. No, I didn't. I'll be having my honeymoon this February, so expect another week of like at less content because I won't be here. I'll be on a very cool style honeymoon that I think that I deserve. Not to be up my own ass about it, but thank you, Schwook Dev, for the 2, saying you're married, stupid. Blah. I am. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Leo Zard, or Leo Zard M, for the $50, a money creature. And you say congrats. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. Like I said, it was a lot of fun, despite being a mess in and of itself in just about every capacity. But that's just how we do, you know? Returning all of the rentals was a nightmare. My body was incredibly sore from the wedding, from throwing up so much, which was weird because I threw up. I threw up after the ceremony when everything was said and done and we were supposed to be having fun. My body just completely wanted to die, I guess. So that was very fun and meaningful to me, and I wouldn't change it for the world, of course. I wound up having none of the drinks nor none of the food or any of the desserts at my own wedding, but it looked like everybody else was enjoying them, so I cannot complain too much. And I did still dance despite being very, very ill. You know, you got to go out there and show out for the gang. But I think without further ado, I think it's DSP time, whether anybody likes it or not. And I'm going to take you a little further back than I normally do, because I want to ease in with some really, really nice, normal style begging. I want to look at, I believe it's the 15th. We had some really good begging because for some reason this month is just, I don't think, going well for DSP. I know he's still hitting his goals every so often. I know I know that people are still showing up and giving him money. He's still receiving, you know, $110 sometimes per stream, but he's obviously not happy about that. And that's what I think we're going to start with.
Well, here's what happened.
I have no idea why there's multiple seconds. Well, let me. It's fine.
Quite frankly, out of hitting a goal, here's what happened. All right?
What happened?
I'm playing Mario Galaxy 2. We're actually having a great
Did
time.
the wife freeze a piece of cake? Maybe you can eat just a little bit of it. I have had cake in the past week since it's been, we still have some left over. And the leftovers I am also eating. I have eaten all week long. I've eaten wedding leftovers. I'm honestly quite sick of it at this point, but they're almost gone, so it is what it is. Thank you, Demi Fiend, for the 2, saying congratulations, brother. Well, thank you for the congratulations. I really appreciate it.
We're chilling. I'm making good progress. And I had ordered food for DSP Tries It because we qualified for it last night on the late stream. Okay? So I told the food to show up between 3:30 and 4 p.m. thinking, you know, usually it shows up around 3:45, 4, which it'll be good. You know, we'll be able to have a nice end to the stream.
Thank you, Movie Sign, for the 10 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It showed up at 3:20 something, like 3:22.
Oh,
like
no.
ultra early. So everyone was like, you're done? You're not going to play any more Mario? I was like, yeah, I thought I was going to play like another half an hour at least.
Right.
But we have to stop now to do DSP Tries It like way early because the food is here. You know, we're not going to do the food when it's ice cold.
Ice cold. Like, he can't room temperature. He can't, you know, put it back in the microwave to make it a little warmer. He doesn't have any sort of receptacle that he can put it in to maintain any sort of heat. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be the same thing. But the idea that he's legitimately perturbed about having to stop everything dead so that he can eat the food right this second is kind of crazy to me. He is in charge of his own stream, I thought.
So it ended up.
I also think this might be the first time that anybody has legitimately been upset that their food has shown up before the designated time. Like, I know you set the designated time for a reason. But still, most people are just excited to have their food. Especially coming from fucking DoorDash, which he has nothing but issues from. You'd think he would just be counting his blessings at this point. Thank you, Movie Sign, again for the $10, saying congrats on getting hitched. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
That the momentum we had playing Mario stopped, and then basically there was some people here for DSP Tries It, but not as many as there probably normally would have been. And We didn't hit the goal. We got no support after the food arrived, actually, of all things. We were getting
Wow,
support
imagine
for
that.
Mario.
Guys, nobody was paying to watch me eat. Can you believe it? That's so crazy. Thank you, Salt Lick, for the 21 months. Holy shit, almost at 2 years. Saying, always a pleasure to catch your stream on my way home from work. Big ups for the marriage, Skeleton Man. Well, thank you. 21 months and the big ups for the marriage. I appreciate it. And KB for the 10, saying, welcome back, Skeleton Man. These streams make my Saturdays at work go faster. Well, you guys are so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And then when Mario stopped and the food arrived, so we ended at 123. So here's what I'm going to say for tonight. All right. First off,
right.
Obviously, I hope that tonight we hit a goal.
Obviously.
All right. I'd like to get
That's
momentum towards our new DSP Tries It. If you didn't hear, we figured it out this morning. Here it is. The next DSP Tries It is a brand new menu that is launching at Taco Bell tomorrow that is around this Frank's Red Hot sauce. They have a new sauce collaboration that is a Diablo hot sauce. That's their version. So it tastes different from the regular Diablo hot sauce. And they're going to be doing a burrito, a taco, and a loaded fries that are all chicken oriented with this sauce.
Chicken oriented. Not it has chicken on it. Not chicken is the protein of choice. It's chicken oriented. Not quite sure. Thank you, Robert Williams, for the 20 months. Saying, adding on to the pile. Congrats and God bless. God bless indeed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Now, the burrito and the taco are exactly the same, except one's in a taco shell and one's in a tortilla. So I'll probably get the burrito. But the
and spoiler alert, because we, of course, will not be watching the Taco Bell style segment this stream at all. They didn't give him the fucking sauce again. Despite saying, guys, if the stupid menu item is only relevant because of a new sauce, I'm not gonna get it. He did it anyway because it was Taco Bell. And then when he got the food, they didn't put the fucking sauce on it again. Now, I don't know if Renton-style Taco Bell employees are detractors, are just actually retarded, but this just keeps happening to him. And you would think at some point he would learn his lesson. He's even stated that he would learn his lesson and move forward positively, not doing that. Not ordering items that are all about the sauce. And then he did it anyway. So I guess you get what you fucking deserve.
fries are different. So I'll probably get the fries, the burrito, and people are egging me on to get some dessert.
Put them on the do not sauce list, real.
They're saying there's like a ice cream dessert that you can get there now. I'm not aware of that. I'd have to look into it. But that's basically what I would do is I would get a few things from Taco Bell, but I would get the 2 new menu items that are the hot sauce theme. That menu launches tomorrow. So we actually, if we do it in the next week, I'm doing it right away from when it launches. It'll actually be way more pertinent than when half the time I end up doing things way late. Okay. So obviously I want to get momentum. I want to start that going. It sucked. We were at $123 of support earlier. So here's what I'm going to do tonight. If tonight we hit the goal and we go over another $27 over one goal, I'll count it as a second goal and act like that happened on the first stream.
Oh, so gracious. And this is why DSP, this is why he's such a king, okay? Listen to how kind and again, gracious he is being to his audience. Can you believe it? If you give him the $27 he felt he was owed earlier today, he will act as though you paid him on time instead of punishing you for paying late. Can you believe it? This is like some real, it's like some real mafia type shit. If you pay me by the end of today, I'll pretend like you had the money when I asked for it the first time. Sound good? Capiche? All right.
Reason being, I really feel like
that's crazy. That's not, this is not something that you should have to be saying. And one of the reasons why I'm a firm believer that he should just have like the $300 for the day style goal, because then you could give it to him whenever you wanted all throughout the day and it would be the exact same amount of money. But no, that's too big brained, I think, for him. It's also too much money to put on the board. He doesn't want people to think he's rich now. But thank you, Demi Fiend, for the 2. How's it feel now that you're a married man? I didn't think it would feel any different, but it kind of does. It kind of does. So, I feel lighter in my heart, if that makes any sort of sense.
We were on pace and we're going to hit that goal until the food showed up super early, like a half an hour early. So I'm kind of upset because I thought we were going to be on pace and now we're not. Let's go.
Not on pace. What the fuck, guys?
So that's what we're going to do tonight. At 150, one goal hit. At 177, a second goal hit. All right? But let's get it going. Can we get some support? We got the first kicks of the night. Can we get some more support? Thanks to Fat Bernard for the first kicks of the night, the 100 kicks. I appreciate that.
Bernard.
Can we get our first sub of the night? Can we get our first super chat of the night? A first membership of the night? Let's go. And then we're going to look at these horror games together.
And don't worry, I cut out all
if we
of the
had 300
gameplay on this
bucks,
one.
no, that would be okay. If we had 300 bucks tonight, it would have to be 327. If we had 327, that would be 3 goals.
Great.
Because basically for the extra 27, I'm going to count it towards the first stream. So then it would be another 150 past that. See? I'm about to reiterate what I said earlier in a moment.
Oh my
I know
god.
a lot of you joined late. So here's what happened earlier today.
Guys, here's what happened earlier today. As if I didn't just tell you literally 5 minutes before. This is how he like runs and operates his stream. For all of the schedule styletism that he has, for all of the games that he has to play, and he doesn't have time for this, he doesn't have time for that. He is quite literally going to repeat the exact same thing that he had just said just a few minutes ago, because it is absolutely vital to the stream, of course, that you know the extra $27 will get you the goal from earlier. This is pivotal to the stream. The whole thing collapses if you don't know this information.
Okay?
You won't be able to enjoy the stream.
So we were playing Mario Galaxy 2, and I was just about, well, here's what happened. I ordered the food, because today was DSP Tries at Arby's, okay? And I said, have it delivered between 3:30 and 4 p.m. Now, normally if I order for that, usually it would show up roughly, let's say, 3:45-ish on average. Sometimes it's a few minutes early or whatever. And
what a fat fucking piece of shit, by the way. We're legitimately pulling out the averages for when the DoorDash shows up within the window. Like, it's only the type of thing that a frequent DoorDash user would even think to do. It's completely insane.
Sometimes it would actually, show up on the later side or whatever, right?
Which
So
we're
I ordered
actively
it, and we were playing
tracking
Mario,
DoorDash deliveries.
And we played Mario for just under 2 hours, okay? And as we're playing Mario, I get a notification the food is about to arrive. So none of us are ready. We're like, what? Like, no, the food is about to arrive. None of us want to do the food right now. It's not even 3:30 yet. Normally I'd be streaming gameplay till 4, and then I would do DSP Tries It. So we're frustrated because, man, we kind of like got cut off right in the middle of doing stuff.
Yeah, none of us are ready. What does that mean? Like, they don't have their food yet? You don't have the fork and knife ready? You didn't set the ambiance? Like, what are we talking about? We're not ready for it.
And the thing is, we were getting tons of support. We actually were up to 123 of support, and then done. We have to eat food now because it arrived.
You have to eat food,
So what ended up
guys.
happening was I stopped
God forbid.
playing Mario, and we did DSP Tries It, and all support ended, and that was it. So we ended at 123, and I'm like, that's baloney, because we still had like 45 minutes to play Mario, and I bet if we did, we would have hit that goal. So what I'm going to do tonight is this, okay? First of all, it's a normal stream. Let's please hit our goal of 150. Let's get that momentum started towards our next DSP Tries It, which is going to be the new Frank's Red Hot Sauce menu from Taco Bell. It's launching tomorrow in the United States, so it'll be right in line with this new menu. We can do it right away, okay? But tonight, if we exceed the goal by $27, okay, so that would be 177. If we hit 177 tonight, I will count it as a second goal that we hit. Because I really feel we absolutely would have hit that goal if we didn't get interrupted so early and got 45 minutes cut off the Mario stream. We were on pace to do it, all right?
But what is... Whatever.
So,
it's fine. The idea that the fucking food showing up stopped his fans from donating is so insane. I don't even know how he puts that together in his brain. I thought that they were supposed to like DSP for who he is. They show up for his character, for his opinions. They love all of the content. They support all of the content. So why is it that when he continues to make the content that is scheduled, they didn't pay for it, DSP? What's up with that? Why don't they pay for the food like they're supposed to? Why is the gameplay stream the only way that you can make money, at least on this day?
Do feel like we should have that chance. I don't know if we will hit that tonight, But it would be great if we did, and we could have two goals hit already, because that sucks that we didn't hit it earlier. That's baloney, you know?
Baloney.
And again, guys, please support the stream. Let's hit a goal tonight. We didn't hit it earlier because of baloney. No one's fault.
Is that the third or fourth mention of baloney? Are we like? Is that our new word? Has Kat started using baloney as an adjective around the house?
But there's actually a chance that we could do 2 goals because I'm doing that discount to try to hit 2 goals tonight, so it'll count. All right, please, let's get some support going. Write down my number. They set up the line over there. So wait, I need to memorize this shit? Oh, God. Well, I got to get my notepad for this then. All right, hold on.
Oh, geez. 6
What's
numbers.
This guy's name? They never tell
How
you
am I
his
gonna
name.
remember?
I guess I'll just say neighbor. Okay, hold on.
Make up a little ditty to remember 6 numbers. Nah, brother, I can't be bothered. I gotta go write it down. Old man style. Well, this is fucking riveting content.
It's 979 020. Okay. Very good. That's that. Let's play a different game. And by the way, guys, can we please get some support? We've got almost 300 viewers on YouTube. We got a bunch on Kick. Can we get some support for tonight's stream? We're sitting at what? $26. Let's go. We got to hit that goal for tonight. We did not hit it earlier today, which sucked. Obviously, I want to hit the goal tonight, right? But guys, let's
43 minutes is how long he played that video game. So if you assume that DSP spent about 10 minutes fucking around before actually launching the game, there is almost exactly an hour between telling you that he needs to hit the goal. And again, assuming that he didn't say it a million times during the actual gameplay. Which I just think is too much, obviously. Even once an hour is too fucking much.
Let's get some support right now, seriously. Can we get a sub, a super chat, a membership, a tip? There was 0 support came in while I played that game. And it was 45 minutes. Can we get some support at least between the games?
Please,
All
between
right,
the
folks,
games. I know the gameplay isn't doing it for you. But at least between the games, when there's nothing going on, can you give me money?
Well, here's the deal. We're pretty much out of time. We tried 3 games tonight. All right. This is the least supported stream that I've had in 100 years.
Literally 100 years?
I legit don't know why.
I do specifically remember days where he's made less than $42. I don't know why we're pretending as though this is, you know, like he said, the lowest supported stream in 100 years. Absolutely not. That's not the case. Like a guy went on for how long and received how little money. But this is the lowest supported game? Fuck, Mario, what was it, Wonder? Literally a 0-tip style stream, I recall. But this was the problem, the $42. I remember when $50 used to be the goal. Do you guys remember when we were still trying to just hit $50? But 42 is, guys, come on.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Schwook Dev with the 2, saying, can I get tipped in between making sandwiches? Fuck no. Absolutely not. We removed the tip jar from the sandwich countertop. We just pay our employees.
Last night we did exactly the same thing, and you guys seemed to love it, right? We had a great time, and I got massive amounts of support. Tonight is a complete and utter bust. So what the hell happened?
Yeah, I wonder why it's so low supported, DSP. This is the energy you got. Holy shit. Did you guys see the microphone? He bopped the shit out of that. I thought it was about to fall over. What did he hit? Sorry, I didn't mean to make you sit through watching him play on his phone again. Oh, he just knocked the whole fucking table.
Like I said, take a look. What do we get? $30? $42? That's it? Wow. In fact, no lie, 42. So basically I made like $10 tonight because I bought all those games, and those games were like $30.
Oh my god.
Seriously. So,
and just how disrespectful is that he's actively trying to subtract the support that he's gotten from the stream tonight. He's trying to subtract the games that he was playing. Why do we I understand that he can do that in his mind. He's operating a business, you guys. And sure, for his own personal financial reasons, he should maybe be keeping track of those things. But to tell your audience that, to actively be informing your audience, guys, I spent $70 on this game and I didn't even make it back on the first stream. I spent X amount of, like, you just don't do that. It's just poor form. It's bad optics.
Yeah.
And I don't think it earns him any more money. It just pisses people off. Maybe it does. I don't fucking know. You know how his dents are.
I mean, I
If
could
he
refund them.
complains
You're
and
right, but I
shames
don't know
them
if I want to. Like, if I'll probably. I mean, definitely the dinosaur game doesn't work. So that one I might like. My Friendly Neighborhood is a Game Pass game, but the Rip Current doesn't even work. You know, that's stupid. The other game works. I might keep it. We might play it again in the future, I would think. But
And for the record, he could have, of course, gotten all of the money that he spent on these games back via refunds through Steam, and he would have been out exactly $0 for all of the entertaining gameplay he put on during this night. But that's, of course, far too high IQ for DSP, despite crying and bitching and moaning all of the time about all of the money he spends and how he needs support and da-da-da-da-da. He will not go out of his way to ensure that he makes the maximum amount of money every way that he can. He just expects you to send him more instead. The onus is on you to provide more funds, not him to spend wiser.
I don't know what happened. You guys tell me. We still have a little bit of time to chill here. Can we get some support for the end of the stream? I mean, I just played for 2 hours, a variety of games, and I have no idea what just happened. And now I gotta play Pokemon for tomorrow.
Oh, God. I mean, you don't have to. Can you guys tell me how has that been going? I have not seen any DSP Pokemon gameplay. Is he having a good time? Is he having fun? Has he managed to scam the dents for naming the Pokemon yet? Is he rolling in dough?
No, I'd like to know, legit, what happened tonight? Is there something going on? Because how is it that we did this last night and it went well and everyone loved it, prompting me to do a second night of it, and now it goes horribly?
Maybe they spent all of their money yesterday.
Yeah. You said 3 times you wanted to donate a game tonight. We're not going to play another game tonight. So no thanks. We don't have time. It's actually pretty cold in here right now. Hold on 1 second.
I fucking...
Would I consider extending the stream to see if we can hit a goal? I would like to know what happened. I'm asking honestly, what happened? How was it that last night we had a stream where we sat on Steam for an hour, we looked at horror games. You guys suggested them. I watched the trailers. I reacted. We added a whole bunch of them to my wish list in the expectation that I was going to buy some and try them.
Right.
Last night we tried 2 games. They didn't really work, right? To be honest, the first game we beat in 15, 20 minutes, and the other game was garbage, right? Tonight I came back and I did what I promised. I bought...
Time for a board meeting. Well, yeah, and that's exactly what this is. This is when you're working at like a small restaurant or a small store, and the manager wants to come up at the end of the week and go, guys, what happened? Fucking Tuesday night was great, and you know, we had 1 billion customers in here, and then come Wednesday night there was nobody. What happened? As if every single night is supposed to be the exact same amount of money. Every single night is supposed to have the exact same amount of customers. They're supposed to show up every single night and enjoy your same slop day after day, even if it's not the same slop. And that's the part that kills me the most. Is DSP will do 2 different things, you know, back-to-back days, and then expect to make the same amount of money. The same amount of entertainment value is not going to be there for those people. It just can't work that way. Every Atlas stream is not of the same quality as much as I would like them to be. Sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. That's not the viewer's fault. That's my fault. But DSP, of course, it's never DSP's fault. Everybody is expected to show up every single day and give the exact same amount of money. For some reason, that's the way he thinks that streaming works. Thank you, Sweet Papa Stovepipe, for the 5. Dang, I thought Phil was so well off now, and everything mysteriously after KC whaling boosted his tile output. Why are we auditing Dent's cost of games? Well, that's a great question. I was told that he wasn't destitute enough to refund games, yet we're complaining about the price of games. But, you know, we're so well off, you guys. We've set ourselves up in a position. We've made enough correct decisions that we're finally up. Right. Sweet Papa Stovepipe. Thank you for the 5. And Iwamoto for the 249 saying he doesn't understand diminishing returns. Well, of course not. Everything he does is just as good as the first time he did it, and you're expected to pay the same price, obviously. Even if the quality is drastically lower.
Several of the games, we played through them all, right? You guys said you wanted horror. You were tired. You wanted more horror. And I said, well, let's do some horror games. That's what we just did. So I'd love to know what happened. Where's the disconnect here? The attendance was good. We had almost 300 viewers on YouTube. I don't know how many we had on Kick, but we had almost 300 viewers on YouTube the whole night. Looks like we have
practically rolling 90 in viewers.
On Kick. So what the hell happened?
Now, if I genuinely had to make a guess on what happened, I would say that DSP playing these one-off little horror games that he doesn't understand was just not entertaining because he doesn't ever know where he's at or what's going on, and throwing him into 3 or 4 different entirely different scenarios for him to try and piece together within the span of about an hour to 45 minutes worth of gameplay is just never going to happen. He's not capable of doing that. His brain doesn't work fast enough, and therefore he can't be entertaining. But that's just my little Theo theory, of course. I would venture to say that about most of his gameplay, though.
There was more interaction on the other stream. People were donating to you to check specific titles out. Well, if I'm playing a game, obviously I got to pay attention to the game, right? And the thing is, if you guys tag me in chat and we talk, that's part of the interactive experience. And initially, the first time you're checking out a new game, it's really hard to do that, right? Like, if people are tagging me, how am I going to pay attention to the game and figure out how to play it? Well, this really sucks. I mean, you heard the offer I made earlier. The offer I made earlier was, listen, earlier today,
God, the offer
I feel
again.
like we were on pace
got to remind you
to
guys.
hit our goal for the first stream for Mario.
The stream is almost over. We're sitting at $42 out of $150, and we are now reminding them once again that if we hit $172 or something stupid, that he's gonna grant you the nicety of counting it as 2 goals. The stream's almost over, and we're going for the Whale Mary here. How despicable! How shameless!
The food arrived incredibly early. The food was supposed to show up roughly around 3:45 to 4 o'clock, giving us an extra over half an hour. The food showed up at like 3:20. So and
we're still blaming fucking DoorDash. Like, actually, hours and hours later, we're still blaming DoorDash as if it's pertinent. Jesus. Astronaut Kittens saying that the funny thing is that he makes $150 per stream with an audience of 200. He has the most support per person of any male streamer literally ever. Well, and that was true on Twitch as well. When they came out and it was like, who has the most supportive fans? It's actually the guy. His dents wail out more than anybody else per capita. That's legitimately how it fucking works. And he's still so ungrateful. He's still just a whiny bitch.
That we lost a whole bunch of time, and I think a lot of people that were there for Mario got a little disappointed and left, and we didn't hit our goal. We ended the first stream at 123.
And you guys are right.
Tonight,
He's not even shouting out the moral support bombs that are going on. Some of them are 1,000+ support points. Come on, man.
I'll make up for that. That's okay. Tonight, obviously, we want to hit our goal for the stream, but if we get a little extra, if we get to 177, so that's 27 that was missing from the first stream, I would actually count 2 goals. And I would say, hey, we'll just ask like that happened during the first stream. You know? And I thought people were going to be like, oh, that's great. So we're going to get the horror night that we want, and we can hit 2 goals, you know, for the fact that Mario ended early or whatever. It's the complete opposite. And I don't get it. I really don't get it.
We know. You said that part.
I don't know what I feel like when I get a night like tonight, I feel like what happened, because I was reading your feedback from last night, and your feedback last night was that stream was really good. You liked the variety, you liked the interaction. You wanted more of that, particularly today. People were coming by saying,
you guys loved the variety. You were telling me all in the comments that you wanted me to do this thing again. So I immediately did it the following night and expected all of you to show right back up and continue to give money. Like, do you see how that might not be the best business plan? How maybe if these people are asking for more of that, you should have spaced it out a little more. That way those same people could show up and actually justify giving you more money instead of doing it quite literally the next day. Okay.
Can we have horror games? We know you're playing Mario. Can you have some
It's
horror
just
games?
he wants
So I
that quick
said,
buck.
yes.
Like,
So I gave you what you wanted. I don't know how much more I could do than that, giving you exactly what you asked for, you know?
and how many times are we going to have this conversation where he goes, I gave you what you asked for. You said that you wanted to see this game. You said you wanted to see this style of content. And then it didn't work out. So what's going on, guys? What happened? I don't know what to do. It seems like we're constantly doing this, and it's entirely because he puts all of the decisions on his viewers. He's the only person that does it this way, and therefore the only person that has this fucking complaint. It's entirely unique to DSP because he set himself up in such a dumb position. Thank you, Mr. J, for the 1,000 tough. Saying, did I hear that right? DSP talking about paying attention to the game? He did say that. The dude is like a cat in a laser pointer rave. This is true. Except for when he actively just doesn't want to engage with the audience, in which case he will try and focus on the game and fail miserably and then just make less money. Because who would have thought that interacting with his chat is actually what they were there for and not the gameplay, despite them telling him that for like the past fucking decade.
I literally changed my schedule to do it because people were saying they hated Battlefield. So I said, all right, fine, forget Battlefield. I'm not going to force you to watch Battlefield if you guys are bored of it.
That's a shame. I'm so upset he's not playing Battlefield 6 anymore. I had so many critiques from the, 2 hours that he played. I was so excited to watch the next one with you guys. Like, the full stream, I was going to just sit there and complain the whole time. For you, of course. And then he just fucking dropped it. It's not robust nor meaningful to me. It's actually bullshit and lame.
The people want some flexing, says Narwhal Gaming XP. Again, flexing is not something you just do. You do it like in celebration. If something great is happening, if momentum is building, if people are supporting, if people are having a great time and we're having a good time together, then oh yeah, let's bust out a flex. You don't just do it for no reason. You understand? It's supposed to be like a celebratory thing, a special thing,
stupid.
A positive thing.
Flexing is supposed to be a positive thing, you fucking ignoramus. Don't you know how the mechanics of flexing work? You can't just do it. You have to have a reason. It's written in the laws if you were to fucking look.
Oh, I never said I hated Battlefield. I said I'm no good at it. It's not my style of game. I'm a more run-and-gun style FPS guy. I don't have an established team to play with. Therefore, how am I ever going to get good at Battlefield? That's what I was saying.
Well, he could establish a team. He could, have friends. And that's the bit that kills me the most about his Battlefield. Sorry, you're going to get a Battlefield rant. He says that you have to have an established team, that you have to, you have to use communication and this, that, and the other. But he makes it sound so complex, but you can solo queue in Battlefield all the same. And as long as you attack the points with your randoms, as long as you revive your randoms and you get in their vehicles when you see, they could use a gunner or they could use some repairs or something, as long as you do your job, you can play by yourself for an indefinite amount of time and have a good time. I know, I do it sometimes. But for the guy, you have to, know these people intricately. You have to have, known them since you were little and have gone to their wedding and helped take care of their mother when they were in hospice or something. That's the story the guy wants to paint. You have to be a part of this weird, intricate web of friends in order to play Battlefield, I guess.
Battlefield was a bad game. Absolutely not. It's a good game. Oh, let's see here. Well, I got a generous contribution. Hold on.
Hold on. This guy might have saved the stream.
I got a $50 tip. Someone says, I'm sorry I'm late to your stream tonight, but I love the premise of what you're doing. Well, me too. I thought doing variety is cool because, tonight, for example, I think we all agree Rip Current is not going to work, right? Rip Current will not work for a playthrough. But that first game, No, I'm Not a Human, could work if we just want to do something weird and quirky, right?
Oh,
it could
weird
work.
And quirky. Okay, is that what we're into
My
now?
friendly neighborhood is actually my favorite of the whole night.
We're looking for a Quark Chungus style video game.
I think that game could be fun.
Kind of like our
Again,
life.
it feels like BioShock, Resident Evil, those kind of games combined, and in a weird premise where it turns the Muppets into horror creatures. So Like, particularly, I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I bet you do like the fucking Muppets.
And I think I would like to play that one again. But how is
Gotta
it that I
like your
started
own
playing
kind
it
after all.
and literally the support completely dried up? Well, that's kind of a conflicting message, is it not? Did you guys like My Friendly Neighborhood? Would you like to see me do that one again?
I see you guys complaining about his fucking notification noises. I've been complaining about them since they started. Like in private calls while I'm watching the guy and me and my actual friends are poking fun. All of us are seething and reeling at these notification noises that are blowing our ears out. And it's always jarring. It's never fitting to what is going on. It fucking sucks.
Because the thing is, we have Friday night to do whatever. Friday night is open right now. We have nothing planned for Friday night. And I was going to do one more horror-themed stream, but now I don't know if I even should.
Imagine having friends. Yeah, they get the real style Atlas streams.
Tonight. How did my energy fall off tonight? I don't know what you mean, how my energy fell off tonight. I'm awake, I'm here, right?
That's it. That's all the energy you have to have on a DSP stream. As long as you're awake and here, honestly, you've probably done more than he's done on quite a few of his different night streams. Because there are actual videos of him falling asleep playing some of these games. So the bar has already been set below being here and awake. I didn't know you could do that on a stream to set the bar lower than being awake, but he is. And that's where it's at. So you better show up and pay because you see my eyes open. You see my eyes open, fool? All right. PayPal time.
I'm cognizant of everything going around. I'm trying to...
I'm cognizant of everything going around? Pay me. Come on.
Explore different games and see if they're any good. I don't know what you mean.
This guy's insane.
It's not the energy. The vibes are off. Well, what's wrong with the vibes?
Insane.
Again, last night, I feel like the first half was great. We chilled. You guys suggested games. We watched a whole bunch of trailers together. We talked about those games. That was fun. And then the second half, we checked out some of said games. I thought that was great. I wanted to replicate that tonight. I don't know. Well, now I need feedback because I don't know what you guys want me to do Friday night. I thought for sure this was going to work. I was even considering doing another night stream of this next week.
I bet you fucking were.
I guess not. It's a shame. I liked it last night. It's funny because you say the vibe is different. No, the vibe is different, but it's different on your end. Like, I put out the same stream again because you guys liked it so much last night. And how was the vibe different coming off of the audience?
Dude.
It was. It totally was. Well,
the vibe is different coming off of the audience because they're not enjoying the content because it's not the same. Are you fucking kidding me? Imagine making a sequel to a video game and then people being like, yeah, there's just something off about it. It's just not, it doesn't come off as like authentic or fun as the last game. There's just something about it. And you go, well, I made a second game. It's the fucking audience. It's the consumers that don't understand. I mean, companies literally do this actually. So I guess it's not that out of the realm of possibility, but it's still an incredibly delusional style take. That's for sure. Schwookdev with the 5 saying he sounds like he's taking a dementia self-test. I'm awake. I'm here. I'm cognizant of everything going around, which is already thank you, Schwookdev, for the 5. It's true. But that's already kind of a very strange way to say that. I'm cognizant of everything going around. What is going around? I'm not quite sure. Are you seeing something like going around right now?
Stifler did a $5 super chat.
Are they in the room with you?
And it says he wants to see Darkwood on Friday. It would be a hit. True survival horror. That's scary. I don't know. We could try it. I think it was $15, right? I think. Maybe we try more games on Friday. But, you know, here's the thing. I'm okay with spending money as long as I'm making money. Tonight, if we hit the goal, I'd be like,
that's what you want to hear from your favorite streamer, by the way.
I don't care. Let's keep spending money.
I'm good to keep spending money as long as you keep sending me money, you guys. So basically, you're good to keep spending money.
Buy more games, but not if we're going to have slow nights. Like right now, we haven't even hit $100 yet, and the night is over. I have to get out of here. I was hoping to hit the goal and exceed it so we could count 2 towards our goals, and now we had 0 today.
Oh my God.
0. How many goals did I hit today? None. Nada. Zilch.
But you notice that he just keeps sitting around. He just keeps waiting for the whale to show up and finally, you know, put it into the concrete that we're gonna hit the goal today. He's waiting for the whale to show up in the final hours and save the stream to smash through the wall like the Kool-Aid man with How much more money does he need? Like $60? Yeah, he's waiting for the $60 Kool-Aid man. Thank you, Paul Turner, for the 14 months. Saying, yes, officer, I'm cognizant of everything going on around me. The detractors are out there. They're messing with my vibe. It's true. It's true. As you guys know, the detractors are actually, they're part of the ecosystem of vibes and are in direct control of it. So, I mean...
Okay, enough about the
basically
30
nothing he can
subs, you
do.
fucking retards.
Hey, you got 'em.
Seriously. 30, but you got 30 subs today. Yeah, and the name from the 30 subs was a detractor fucking meme. Obviously, the person is going to charge back. That's why I didn't count it, and I didn't talk about it at all during the day because I'm not an idiot. What a dumb thing to say. Gee, someone dropped 30 subs with an outright insulting, stupid detractor name. Gee, I wonder if those subs are real. No! No, stupid.
But how are they supposed to know that it's a detractor meme, as a name? I don't know what the name was. But I think that it's still very odd that DSP expects his genuine, authentic style viewers that legitimately enjoy his content and support his content, that they would know every single meme, that they would be as paranoid as he is about all of these people that are in his chat that are supposed to be fans. I think that's a weird assumption to make. I don't think that that's normal. And to call your own audience retarded for asking questions after it, when you're the one that's out here talking about your finances this way, that's insane. That's such an odd way to be.
Stop.
The name was something about the snort for. Is that what it was? That's hilarious. Maybe they don't charge back. I don't fucking know. Is snort that's just weird that he thinks that his audience would give a fuck about that.
Fucking being so dumb and ignorant. If I don't mention something all day, there's a good fucking reason for it. Why do I have to spell it out for you like you're a 2-year-old? Holy shit. Yes, you can charge back on Kick. It's been done.
Oh, thanks for the confirmation.
It even says in your Kick dashboard of income, it says right on it, this is what you're making this week after chargebacks.
Okay, so I guess if you guys are interested in trolling DSP, you can just go do chargebacks on Kick, which is very robust and meaningful, and you can fuck up all of his math and make him play around on the leaderboard indefinitely, and we can get chargeback sagas out the wazoo like we used to. Thanks for the information, DSP. Thanks. Very cool.
Early set.
Kino confirmed that was a lie? Oh. What are we talking about?
Says that.
Sorry, I'm way behind on my Kino Casino, and I'm definitely not watching DSP Kino clips. I gotta get caught up on my favorite lol cow, Ian Jamha, Anis's wife. That's far more prevalent to me.
No, we've been there, done that with Battlefield. No one's going to care about Battlefield. They didn't care about it last time I played it. They all complained it's too long. The matches aren't action-packed enough. It's too boring. And I haven't played it. I'm not learning. I'm not going to fucking play it again. There's no point. You want...
I'm not learning is a crazy thing to say. Imagine playing a fucking simple-ass video game like Battlefield and then straight up admitting that you're just not learning anything. You're not picking up any sort of details that you can use. Just impossible, guys. I can't fathom the mechanics of Battlefield. I'll never learn. It's above my IQ.
Bullshit for the detractors. I'm not doing that. I'm not making rage bait content anymore. So you could just cut the shit. Well, I do want to say, for those here who did support tonight, I appreciate it. I don't know what happened. I try to give you what you want. I try to listen to feedback. I try to follow up on a great stream last night. I don't know what to say. All right? Now, all I have to say is we have one stream we got to figure out Friday night. What are we doing on Friday night? Because tomorrow we're doing Pokemon, and tomorrow night we're actually going to do Silk Song. I don't know how Silk Song's going to do as a late stream, to be frank with you. I hope it does well, but it might not. That crowd who goes to the day streams may not be able to make it to the night streams, which means we may not hit a goal for Silk Song for the first time in ages. Like, we always hit the goal for Silk Song, and we might not.
Wait, we're preemptively being upset about not hitting the goal for Silk Song? Like, we're setting up the pre-anger? Who else does this? This is such a weird thing to do. Why doesn't he just, like always, expect his fans to come through and wail out at the last minute and save the stream like they want to and be the hero? Like, what? We're getting upset preemptively.
It sucks. So, I don't know what to do on Friday night. Like if Silk Song was a smash hit tomorrow night, maybe I'll just do it again Friday night anyway. But
yeah, smash
I don't know what to do.
That game he's been playing for
I would
fucking
love
ages.
feedback from legitimately positive people and not just LARPers. All right, this is just an anonymous dollar tip with no message attached to it. So, okay, cool. That one I appreciate. I don't appreciate the dollar tips from these fucking idiots who think I'm going to read their messages. I'm never going to again. Seriously, if I read these nonsense, I'm just going to ignore it. Stupid shit.
Okay, so he is gonna read it. He has to read it in order to know that it's from a LARPer. So
we're at 122.
Also, how many times has he said this
right
before?
Now,
and then he constantly gives in and reads troll shit so that he has a segment, he has a promo to cut on his stupid fucking pre-stream. How many years have we been saying the same thing, and yet we continue to do it anyway?
The goal for tonight.
Just on a treadmill.
Let's. I mean, I really want to do this again on Friday. I do. I want to do this again. I want to try more games, but I can't drop a bunch of money on games if I'm not even going to come close to hitting a goal. So if people will commit and they say, yes, okay, we'll come back on Friday for this again.
Commit.
I'll do it again on Friday.
I need your buy-in. Please.
Let's go. Let's get a few more subs. Let's get a super chat. Let's get a tip. Let's get some, how about some kicks? We haven't had any kicks all day. I think we had like 100, 200 kicks all day long. Let's get some kicks and hit that goal right now. Let's go.
Mom snort dollar
all right, well, guys, I got to get out of here.
Are we good? No, she just smoked a fuck ton of cigarettes, and he got, like, secondhand inhalation or whatever. And his lungs are all fucked up, I guess. Or so he claims. Thank you, Skycrop, for the 21 months. I really appreciate all 21 of them. Big ups.
Another contribution to hit the goal. Look where we're at. Seriously, we're 23 away from the goal. Earlier today, we were 27 away from the goal. So overall, I want you to understand, these are good streams. These are not dead streams. These are not bad streams. But we're like that close to the goal and then we don't hit it. So this just pushes back us doing DSP Tries It, which you guys wanted. You were the ones who actually suggested this menu earlier today.
I can't believe that he spends the amount of time that he does complaining, the amount of time that he spends bitching, moaning, and whining about all of the money he's not receiving and how the people lied to him and they're all fucking LARPers and this, that, and the other, and then has the audacity to, at the end of the stream, be like, I want you guys to understand these are good streams and I'm not complaining at all. Then what the fuck have we been doing? We're 22 minutes into this clip, but it has been nothing but fucking complaining about how much money we're not making. But yet, the guys, this is a good, profitable stream. I want you to understand. These aren't dead. Okay. All right. Very cool. Thank you. I'm going to try my best. Manga Caden for the 20 SEK. Saying DSP wants streaming to be a pay-per-view like wrestling. Now that's an idea. DSP should try that. Pay-per-view style streams in which you have to, if you want to see the game, he has to reach X amount. Well, he used to do that. It used to just be called Viewer's Choice. Never mind. This is an old idea we're rehashing.
Stevester just gifted 5 memberships.
But you're right. He does want guaranteed money.
5 memberships from Stevester. Thank you, Stevester. That's $15. We're at 142. We're $8 away. Yes, $8 away from hitting the goal. 146. $4 to go to hit the goal.
And the saddest part is this shit works for him, man.
31
him ending the gameplay and sitting around for 30 minutes just asking for money has single-handedly brought him $100 extra so far. And of course he's going to hit this goal. That goes without saying now.
To count it as a second goal and make up for today's earlier stream. Let's go. Let's crush that goal right now with a $4 contribution. And then let's crush it and make up for that earlier stream. I said I would. I said that if we got enough that I would count it. Here we go. I just got 500 kicks. The animation didn't play. The animation glitched. So Tron Gates Legacy with a 500 kicks over on kick. Okay. And then, hold on.
And he has no shame about it either. Like, genuinely, the most shameful part about DSP is that he doesn't see anything
Aaron
wrong
did a
with
$5
this.
super chat.
He thinks that this is an acceptable business practice, that because this works for him, this is the way that it should be done.
And he says, this is support for I'm Not Human. Hopefully you'll play it again. Yeah, I think I was enjoying it. I mean, it was going long and people wanted to see other games, which is why we moved on from it. But I actually think I was enjoying it and I would maybe like to try it again. There you go. So guys, we hit 1 goal. Now, we are only, less than 20 bucks away from getting a 2nd goal. I said if we hit 177 tonight, I would count it for the first stream. Let's go. Let's hit it right now. We're right there. All right. Are we going to get it? Come on, we're right there, guys.
Come
we're
on,
at
guys. We're
156.
right there. Come on.
We need
Reel her
21
in.
more.
We're almost there.
We'll get a 2nd goal tonight to make
Couple
up for
more
earlier
inches.
today.
Come on.
But we got to hit it right now because I can't be here any longer. It's already almost 10 o'clock, for goodness sake. Okay, this tip came through. Whoa, wait a minute. Is this the tip? Hold on a second here. It's
Gotta read the message, make sure it's not a troll tip, of course.
not Gaia 1's tip. Only Iced Infinite just tipped me $30.
Thank you, OIC.
$30-roonies. Look at that animation. I love that animation. Look at this. Say bye-bye, Phil. I'm about to get eaten. So thank you to Only Iced Infinite. He says, I love you, Phil, and I love horror. Well, there you go.
Is Jurassic Park a horror movie? Why? What's up with the notification being fucking Jurassic Park? I've never thought of JP, I'm gonna call it, as a horror film.
So,
I've also never seen it, so I guess I might be uninformed.
guess what? We did it. But we're not even done because the super chat just came through.
Man, well, there's just money rolling in now. All that complaining we were doing really paid off. I wonder if he's going to give us any extra content for all the
Sifler
extra
did a $2
money.
super chat.
or if
I'll drop
he's just gonna run away.
$19 to hit the goal for Darkwood. All right, well, maybe we'll try Darkwood on Friday. Let's see what happens on Friday, okay? Because we're going to do this again on Friday night. So maybe we'll try it out on Friday. But that's, guess what, folks? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you exactly what. Watch this. Ready? 3, 2... I just got a $10 super chat from Gamer Chris. He says, I hope you're having a good night. I love coming to your live streams. You're cool and an awesome person. Thank you to Gamer Chris.
Yeah, you're so cool. DSP, the
appreciate your
epitome
kind
of
words,
cool,
Gamer Chris.
obviously.
Now
The
we're
only
at
thing that could make
198
him
of
cooler
support.
is if he was
Just
smoking
like
a
that.
cigarette.
So, folks, I'm going to tell you what. I'll tell you what. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you all. You see, guys, sometimes it's this simple. And this is what dunces don't understand.
Why did we... Hang on. Shut the fuck up. Did we just give a countdown so we could do a detractor rant? Are we fucking kidding right now? We're legitimately doing countdowns to complain about trolls.
Folks, I'm going to tell you what. I'll tell you what. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you all. You see, guys, sometimes it's this simple. And this is what dunces don't understand. Oh,
Maybe it
you're
wasn't.
such
There
an
was a cut
e-beggar.
there. I don't want to
I
misrepresent.
call attention to the fact that I'm putting out entertaining streams. I'm listening to what my viewers want. I'm giving them what they want, but I need support to keep it. Keep going.
Yeah. Snort Hogan cut the raining money segment. That's what it was. We didn't count down to a troll segment. That would have been mad funny, but that's not the case. I don't want to, like I said, misrepresent the guy. He's capable of embarrassing himself enough.
And then when I call attention to that, they support. Because they're like, oh shit, wait a minute. I did just have a good night. I actually did just have a good night with Phil. I think I'll support it now. There's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing wrong with saying, if I give you what you want, please support it. Or if you don't support it, I won't do that again. We'll do something else that you want. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You want to know what is wrong?
Okay, there's nothing wrong, I don't think, with saying if you like what you're seeing, support, if not, then I'm going to do something else. But when you do that for 30 minutes straight, there is a problem there. Because then it seems like, and maybe this is just how, this is my own perspective here, it seems like maybe the second half of that isn't actually true, in that you do actually expect to make the money because you don't want to do anything else, and you had no expectation of doing anything else, so they kind of have to hit the goal. That's the way that it seems. It seems like there really isn't an option there when you do it for 30 fucking minutes.
If you sit around degrading people, being fucking nasty to people on the internet that you don't even know, making fun of them, clowning on them, bringing them down, acting like you're better than them, acting like stomping on other people to get ahead is a good thing. It's not. It's toxic. It's disgusting. That's fucking disrespectful, disgraceful behavior. It's immoral. It's wrong. Sometimes it's illegal. That's the kind of shit that these idiots sit around. Oh, it's great. This is great content. Look at, we're making so much money. No.
This dude actually takes the limited amount of income that people get on their Social Security disability income and actually runs with it straight to the fucking straight to Scopely to pull some JPEGs, and thinks that people that make fun of him are objectively morally worse. I just couldn't imagine being this deluded.
You're the fucking Pied Piper for the mentally fucking ill, toxic people who all want to hurt others, to
Right.
laugh and say, oh, I'm so much better than them, when in reality, every one of you is worse than the person you're laughing at.
Your
You're
projection.
actually
There's no
several
idea.
levels below them. But you don't get it because you're such a fucking brain-snapped loser. You actually...
Brain-snapped loser. He can't even come up with comprehensive insults that make any sort of fucking sense anymore. He's just throwing words together and acting as though they're legitimate insults. What the no one has ever said brain-snapped as a way to call somebody stupid, as a way to call them retarded. Brain-snapped is so fucking dumb. It's like when people say brain broken. That's not a thing people say unless you're brain broken. To use it, I guess.
believe that laughing and hurting others is a good thing. No.
Depends on
Sitting
who they
here
are.
playing games, enjoying good times, no one got hurt, we all had a great time, and then people supported. That's how it works. That's success, not having to hurt others to get ahead and step on their heads to get on top of them. That's fucked.
That's fuck. I agree. I
can't stop people from making that kind of content. I just can't. But all I can say is I'm better than it, and I'm not going to ever stoop to that level. We're better than that shit. We're going to have a good time. All right? All right, everyone, you have a good night. Gaia 1, I will check my email. Everyone, you have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow.
Well, he just
for
got $2 more.
Pokemon premiering, and also for Silk Song at night. Dominic just did a $2 super chat. He says, I will be there for Silk Song tomorrow night. Sounds good. I'm glad to hear that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for the support tonight. Have a good night. See you in the AM. Peace out.
All right. So that's the guy begging last week on Wednesday. Yes, no, legitimately, he thinks that begging for 40 minutes is success. He thinks that that's how it's supposed to be done. You got to get it how you live, however you need to, straight out the mud if that's what it takes. He sees no issue with that. And I think that's there's just something wrong with his brain, because in any other capacity, whether you're trying to get a girl's number or you're trying to get a raise at work or whatever the case is, if you have to beg for it, it's very clear to everyone around you that you weren't worth it in the first place. And the person that's withholding from you very clearly thinks so. But you've worn them down enough. You've irritated them enough that they just want to hear you shut the fuck up. And that's worth more to them to not hear you anymore than whatever amount of money they were trying to save. Think about how fucking sad and pathetic that is. Speaking of fucking sad and pathetic, though, for some reason, DSP thought that it was a good idea to bring up his wife in his content. Now, I'm not new to making fun of DSP's wife, Kat, of course. But I really do wish that he would bring her up as little as possible and not include her in his content as much as possible, because I don't particularly like making fun of his wife. But if he's gonna make her a part of the content, and she's going to suck as bad as she does, I'm gonna do what I do, and I'm gonna make fun of her. All he has to do is not bring her up. And we won't have to do
Well,
that.
let me tell you something, brother.
But yet, here we are.
Snort, snort, snort.
Kogan.
Drip, snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go. Listen to this. There's a $5 tipper who said, if you were an actual physical shop, like a store, and people were threatening and intimidating your potential customers and scaring them away every day, it would actually be highly illegal. It would be considered something like mafia level. You're facing down organized crime on a daily basis. Not facing down organized crime. I mean, it is organized. It's organized online harassment. Is it a crime? Well,
we're legitimately comparing detractors to like racketeering in real life. Think about how diluted and insane that is. In order to think that that is an apt comparison, you have to be so terminally online, you don't know what real life looks like anymore. That's just log off, brother. Go outside. Have a good time. It's not that deep. We're just having fun. One testicle man for the 2000 huff. I really appreciate it, saying, not gonna lie, after the recent drama of Hassan and iDubbbz, DSP is just getting too boring for me. I hope we get some development on the divorce arc, or at least another good jack-off session. Now, I don't want another jack-off session. I disagree. But he is incredibly boring in a way that only DSP can be. He's unique in that way. But I cannot deny Hassan and iDubbbz drama is far more entertaining in a real sense.
It depends on the level of the harassment. You know?
I agree. Thank you for the 2000 huff, one testicle man.
I would call it online stalking, is what I would call it, because it's exactly what it is. It's a level of people become so obsessed with me that they really just want me to fail no matter what. So when they realize that all their efforts to take me down don't work, right? You know, they mass flag my content, doesn't work. They slander me in videos. They make
There's no slander in these videos, by the way. At least not in the Atlas style ones. Those are the only ones that I can speak to. I don't think I've ever slandered the guy. They're all logical conclusions that are drawn upon the exact content that he's put out in context. So I'm not quite sure what he's insinuating here.
Sense about me doesn't work. So then they're like, well, what do we do next? Well, if we can't beat the man, beat the support system for the man. So they look for people who are supporters of mine, and then they try to go and harass them online. They try to find their social media accounts. They try to find, links to their personal life. And this is why I've always said over the years, you have to be.
Is that harassment, though? Is clicking on people's profiles and looking at the information they provide, is that harassment? I've never thought of it as such. I think that's a very strange take to have. That the information that people provide on the internet is somehow, if you look at it, you're harassing them. Just take it down, bro. Just quit putting your personal information on the internet. When I was a kid, my parents told me all the time, teachers at school told me all the time, don't put your personal information out on the internet. Now, you really can't not do that anymore because your bank accounts are all online. You got to sign up for every fucking service has a goddamn account that you have to make, and they need 9,000 emails and a password with 1 million digits in it, and they need you to two-factor authenticate, and they need to confirm your firstborn. But to some extent, as little as possible is ideal. And yet these people in DSP's, in the Snortex over there on DSP side, just never learned this. They never thought about it at all. Even though this happens to his fans all of the time, they get looked into when they put their information up, they continue to live this way. They continue to out themselves as furry, diaper-wearing weirdos that have insane fetishes or some sort of mental illness that is completely unacceptable and can't be cured and honestly needs to be put down. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and the only person that can help them is them.
Incredibly protective online of your real life stuff. Do not have a social media account that is tied to like a YouTube channel, to a Twitch channel, to a TikTok. It has to be separate. All right. You cannot have your real life name and stuff about your personal life all over the internet. A lot of people out there around the era of when Facebook was becoming prominent in the late 2000s, early 2010s.
Right.
Thought, let me put my entire online profile online. Who I am, where I live, all of my relatives, tag them. All of my friends, tag them. Where I like to hang out, where I work, where all that. It is so dangerous. You have no idea. And people just don't. They think, no one's going to care. These people today, a lot of these people online.
Yeah, it turns out if you ask idiots a bunch of personal questions for no reason whatsoever, if they're dumb enough, they will just supply the answers for everybody to see. It's weird how it works out that way.
Have lived online their entire lives. They are 100% connected. They feel more alive when they're online in this virtual space than when they're out there in the real world.
Right.
So
that's literally DSP, by the way. He is on record on his own content saying that this is his social interaction for the day, for the week, for the month. The only other people that he sees is his wife and the people at the grocery store that he doesn't interact with. But everybody else is terminally online. Everybody else doesn't know what real life is like. But DSP's on record saying things like that. Crazy.
To them, if they don't like someone, they feel like it's perfectly justified to completely go after them via any means necessary to make your life miserable. Think how crazy that is, right? Like, wait, what? But don't you have other better things to do? No, they literally don't. Their online presence is their presence. They don't have real life friends. They don't have family. They have no one that cares for them because they never built that system for themselves. They never have any social skills. They just sat online.
This is a self-description, is it not? Where is DSP's system of support that he has built up via his social ability? Where are his friends? Where is his family that cares about him? I'm just confused. And for the record, I had thought of this the day after I had gotten married. You know, technically, and I'm only going to use DSP's mindset here. Technically, I have more of a family now than DSP does. Not only am I married with a wife, but I have 4 cats as opposed to his 1. So all of this nonsense about not having anybody that cares, not having a family, and this, that, and the other, nonsense bullshit doesn't apply to Atlas, obviously. Get fucked.
Eternally, their entire life. So they will go after you. And if you don't realize that, you may not realize that having all your information online is insanely risky. And so I always warn my viewers, if you're going to come by and you're going to enjoy my content, which I very much appreciate, you got to be safe with your online stuff. Do not be listing your private information online. Do not have it linked to whatever. Like if you're on YouTube right now, make sure that the name in the chat has nothing to do with your real life name. Make sure that that name can't be linked to another social media account that someone can easily access, and that has your information in it, okay? You got to be careful. DMs. Right. Close your DMs. Don't leave your DMs open publicly.
Don't use the messaging systems on social media, is DSP's recommendation for his fans, because they can't just be normal people. There's never a normal DSP fan. Like I said, they're always furries or diaper fetishists or into sleeping with dragons or actual pedophiles for some reason. I know that I said you can't put your personal information out there because you shouldn't. But if you're a normal person, it's really not that big of a deal. It's a little reckless. But just don't be a sick degenerate, and usually you're fine.
You're going to get so much harassment from scammers, people who just want to ruin your day, people who want to harass you for various things. God forbid you support Dark Side Phil. What if you say something political someone doesn't like? Oh, boy. They will come after you with their pitchforks and their torches. So you've got to be really careful, okay? So in regards to what this tipper is saying, yeah, if you're going to support me, I apologize in advance that you may be contacted and or harassed by a bunch of mentally deficient people on the internet who literally just obsess about the internet. They don't have anything going for them in real life, so they think it's worth their time to harass people. As crazy as it sounds, you do what you can.
Look, harassing pedophiles is legitimately worth your time. Outing scammers is literally worth your time. Absolutely. If outing these people and drawing attention to them so more people are aware of the scams they run, of the devious acts that they do in the shadows, if that is actively drawing more attention to it and putting a stop to it in any way, that is a good thing to do. It's morally just and righteous, in fact. I never thought that I would have to justify that in any sort of real way, but it's the truth. You are making society better by outing people like Derek, so that they no longer are free to move about. That's righteous. That is a good thing.
Protect yourself. It's important. It really is. You know, it's scary, but it's just our new reality of life. It's just our new reality. A lot of people don't realize this, that because you have an entire generation that have now sat online their entire lives, that's their existence. Therefore, they will go to any lengths to just mess with someone online. They think that's normal behavior. It's not. It's actually snapped, cracked social behavior. Your mind is snapped,
cracked.
They think it's normal.
Pop fucking dude on some real Rice Krispies treat type shit. That's these detractors.
Red
Which
King, I don't even
Keebler
know.
elf do you want to be? It's not Keebler. It's the other one. Which stupid Rice Krispie elf do you guys want to be? I call the blonde one.
Why you would even say that? He goes, what about the ones that want you to succeed but razz you a little bit? We're not talking about that. We're literally not talking about that. I'm talking about the extreme, which people have actually seen. It's sad. I'm not talking about someone who just razzes me a little bit or whatever. I'm on the internet. I'm making myself the subject of public scrutiny every day. All right. And I do it for a living, and that's okay. You know, I have skin that's thick enough to take the shots that get shot at me every day.
Are you
do,
sure?
You
You kind of seethe out on a regular basis and have conniptions and fits publicly for everyone to watch. Are you sure that you have the thick skin that you're implying you have here?
let it bother me. But the difference is people who are snapped and cracked and actually go out.
He fucking said it again. Oh my god. Dude, who, again, is Kat running around saying that people are snapped and cracked? Does she have Rice Krispies on the brain and she's just fucked up his vocabulary? It's this, and it's he keeps saying content farming as well recently. I don't know if that's something that she is saying or he's reading online a bunch, but either way, he needs to stop it. He needs to expand his vocabulary at least a little bit, because this is it's just not right. It's not a good use case.
And systematically harass people and think that that's acceptable social behavior in the modern era of human existence, when it's not. It's morally corrupt. It should be legally wrong, but it depends on the level that they do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between, oh, I just went online and I found a bunch of people's public information and I used that to then harass them, versus actually trying to commit identity theft and other things, which has happened to me and others. So everyone say hello to Jasper Kitty. I know a lot of people have been saying, where's Jasper recently?
We put
What's
him
been
down.
happening is, as you know, a lot of these days I'm not doing a podcast. Like today, I'm not doing a podcast. I'm just hanging out with you guys for a bit. And so because I'm not doing the podcast, he's not showing up on the streams. On the podcast, he can come over here. He jumps on the chair. He hangs out with me. But when I'm playing a game, he can't be here because I'm playing the game. You know, I got a controller in hands or whatever.
So Jasper can't be on the back of the chair or sitting in his lap during gameplay because the controller exists, you guys. Now, never mind that my cat was just sitting on my desk getting the most pets basically ever, completely drowning in pets live on stream. Jasper is fucking banned as soon as gameplay starts, brother. The controller is basically cat repellent.
So, but I mean, like, he wants to come hang out, but because we're skipping podcasts to do more gameplay, he hasn't had opportunity to be here recently. So here he is.
Yeah, it's gamer time.
How you doing, buddy?
Jasper's gonna fuck up the gamer
Enjoying the
style
cool
setup
autumn
here.
weather? He is.
You
He's
can't
loving the
lean
cool
in with
autumn weather.
Jasper in the room.
He likes autumn way more than summer. Right now we got fresh air. My window's wide open. I got fans blowing. He loves it. Some of you were saying it's the first time you ever seen him. Wow. Well, here's Jasper Kitty. He's our only kitty. He's an
Amazing.
attention-seeking cat. We talked about.
We can't even call our cat an attention whore. You can't do it. He's an attention-seeking cat. That's how nice and pleasant we have to be about our cat.
Maybe getting another cat, but he wants to be the center of attention. He is what they call a mojito kitty. What that means
Six-star
is
neck
that he wants to
phones.
be
Nice, calling him a mojito kitty before he said it. I see you.
the life of the party. He
I'd
wants
be
to be
popping off
involved in
right
everything we're doing. If my wife starts cooking dinner, he jumps on the counter and wants to be there. If we're eating dinner, he jumps on the table. If we're sitting on the couch, he jumps on the couch next to us. When we're getting in bed, he snuggles with us in bed. So he wants to be right there. And the thing is,
Well, for the record, DSP is also locking this cat in rooms on a regular basis when people aren't when cat isn't home. So it's probably just been trained at this point to know that when there's only one individual around, or it's this part of the daily schedule style routine, that he's going to be locked in these rooms. Yeah, I'm sure the cat does want to sleep, in the same bed at night or whatever, but it also knows that once it goes into the bed, it has to stay in the bedroom for the entire, 10 hours or whatever the DSP is sleeping, because it's not allowed to leave for some reason. He knows that when cat is not home, and Jasper walks into the gamer-style room that we have here for the streams, the door is then closed and he is not released until cat is home. That's just the way that it is. So I'm not quite convinced that the cat likes them as much as he claims that he does.
he doesn't want to share that attention with anyone. Seriously. He just absolutely not in any circumstance does he want another cat or another pet in his house. So that's why we only have the one. But he gets a lot of attention because he's the only pet in the house. We're at 9 out of 10 goals. That means if we hit our support goal on this stream, I'll be doing DSP Tries It, the Frank's Hot Ones menu, as well as the Flamin' Hot Fritos burrito. So it's 3 items. It's a Flamin' Hot Fritos burrito, I don't care. Items from Tyler's. Have you seen the size of a Taco Bell burrito? They're not large. They're very small. So the fact that they're charging that, it's pretty crazy. Absolutely insane.
Yo, getting scammed at a fast food restaurant? Say it ain't so. Never heard of that before.
But anyway, that'll be a good DSP Tries It for today. And if we hit the goal, we'll do it on this very stream. So let's go. Let's rally some support. Let's hit that goal on this stream. Let's do DSP Tries It today. Sounds like a plan.
Nice little jerk off right there in front of his face for whatever reason. The fist of support.
Oh, let's see. I got a $1 tip. Someone says, a group of friends and I are going to get Battlefield 6 and play as a team. I saw you're not really enjoying it. Do you think it would be better with a dedicated team or no? Also excited for Pokemon today. First off, that's not true at all. All right? When I was playing Battlefield, was I frustrated at it? Yes, I was. Because it is very different from Call of Duty.
I'm glad we're talking about Battlefield again. This is Kino for me. I'm so excited.
And
it's gonna be the same
it's
shit,
challenging.
But
it's different because it's not only is it team-based, it's class-based. You have to utilize the stuff in your class to be successful. If you're an engineer, you have to be taking out the vehicles or repairing vehicles. If you're the support, you have to be healing your teammates constantly.
Right.
Okay. I'm mostly used to like the run and gun, one-man army style of Call of Duty.
Right, where there's no classes whatsoever, there's no armor, there's no revives, and the maps aren't long enough to actually, like, legitimately snipe from. That's what he's used to.
And I haven't played Battlefield in many years, so I just, it would take a while for me to get used to it, okay? I was getting better at it the more I played it.
He was
Problem is, as you just said, it is definitely a team-based game, meaning you should have a dedicated squad who communicates and works together. When I was playing with these randoms, half the time the randoms were playing like morons. Like,
this is true. This is a true statement. I've never seen anybody be worse at video games than some of these fucking randoms in Battlefield 6. I don't know what it is about these people. They have no business playing any video games ever. They need to uninstall Steam. Just outright. They're not worthy of playing a video game. He's not wrong in this capacity. That's not enough reason to stop playing, because he is one of them, to be honest. But it is insane how bad people can be. I legitimately was shooting it. I was playing yesterday and ran into some bots that half of the map was bots. It was being, backfilled or whatever. And as I'm killing these real players, I was mistaking them for bots because they were playing objectively less competent than fake people. You wouldn't believe it.
Oh, Phil got downed. Let me attempt to revive him when there's literally a firing line of enemies standing in front of us. Did you ever think to take out the enemies first, then revive? But that's what I mean. Unless you have a dedicated team, most of these people are just dumb. And because of that, I'm not going to have a dedicated team. I'm not into the team-based gameplay. The times that I've attempted it, it didn't work. Mostly because people would complain, hey, Phil, you're focusing only on your team and talking with your team. You're not paying attention to us. Well, we're here. We're your viewers. We're the ones who want interaction. Why are you not paying attention to us? So the team-based stuff doesn't really work for me in my style of content. Therefore,
is Call of Duty not a team-based game? Have you? I mean, you guys have played Call of Duty. You know that the matches do objectively just go better when you can communicate. That's how you get SBMM'd into oblivion, also. But I mean, Call of Duty can be just as team-based if you want it to be. If you are willing to communicate, you will have a better time. But I guess Battlefield is totally unique in this instance. Sean Robert for the two saying DSP was chasing a tank a mile away to heal it. That sounds about right. Obviously, that's the kind of decision making that is right up DSP's alley.
That's why it's not really working. In addition, that game was essentially a clip farm for my trolls rather than for my fans. My fans were like, we would much rather see you play Call of Duty next month, where you can play solo and you can hot dog it and you can kick ass and get kill streaks and do well, rather than focus on this game where it's team-based and you get frustrated if your team doesn't work well together and it's randomized because you don't know if you're going to have a good team or not. We'd much rather just see you do Call of Duty. And basically people tuned out. I played it, 4 times? I played it.
Yeah, I never heard the term hot dog it before in my life. I don't know what. Is this a real saying? Can anyone confirm? I'm about to look it up. I don't think anyone has ever said that. Got 25 hot dog quotes for 25 years. Well, hang on now. Yes, a hot dog at the ball game beats roast beef at the Ritz. No, I don't think so, SP. I think you made this shit up. Well, one time, Dwight D. Eisenhower, former president of the United States, said some people wanted champagne and caviar when they should have had beer and hot dogs. Once again, not what I'm looking for.
2 times on release day, and I think 1 or 2
Hot
more
dogging
other streams.
is boomer speak for stunting on them? I never heard that before in my fucking life. Huh? What? Yo, boomers need to be eradicated. I'm all for total boomer death.
And again, people were
Unacceptable.
disengaged
Hot
and
dogging
not
is not a
caring about
term.
it,
Get him
not
fucking out of
supporting.
here.
I said, well, forget it. We'll do anything else. And by the way, it's worked. Dropping Battlefield was a great decision because everything else I'm doing is working. So there you have it. So it's not that it's a bad game. It's not that I don't like it or that I was struggling with it. It's that it's a team-based game and I don't play team-based stuff like that. And it wasn't working for my viewers. So why keep playing it? It's a fine game. If you like team-based stuff, you're going to love the game, I think. And I'm excited for Pokemon today as well.
Super excited for
having
Pokemon,
a nice
of course.
chill
Think
time
about all the money
with
I'm going to
Pokemon
scam.
Legends Arceus. Excuse me, Pokemon Legends ZA.
And I'm not surprised to see you guys saying that Macho Man said it at one point. I'm almost convinced now that that would be the only reason DSP would even know the phrase. Because a very obvious Macho Man being one of the best promo cutters. Very iconic style. A real, cream of the crop rising to the top style.
This week, and I'm looking forward to a nice chill stream with you guys again. Someone tipped $2 and said, if you root for another man's marriage to fall apart, you're mentally ill and you need to seek medical help. It's correct. He's talking about me because, again, these crazy obsessed people who don't like me on the internet have literally created a insane narrative. Their narrative is that my wife and I don't get along.
Right. Well, you have no chemistry whatsoever on stream, and he legitimately cannot be upset that that's the conclusion that people have come to when they have no ability to speak to each other in any sort of affectionate way whatsoever. That I don't know what other conclusion people are supposed to come to when they have the chemistry of a wet paper bag. I don't know that because you can't fake that. You can't fake having terrible chemistry if you don't.
We're not together. She left me or we're separated or something. Like, they're actually rooting for that and they're hoping for evidence of that. It was hilarious. A few weeks ago, someone said, oh, so they found the evidence. It's completely false. There can't be any evidence because what they're saying is completely untrue. So whatever evidence they have, they've made up. I told you guys years ago, they actually attempted to file divorce papers in our name when we weren't involved.
That's really funny.
Spoiler alert.
That's so funny.
You can't do that. You could try, but the moment that you have to prove your identity, it fails. So they basically tried to initially start the process impersonating me and pretending like identity theft stuff, but then it didn't work because they couldn't prove that they were me.
Why? But why is he telling people this? When he said this was the first time I'd ever heard anybody say that somebody had tried to file divorce papers in DSP's name. So DSP is actively bringing fresh information to detractors like me of ways that he's being trolled behind the scenes. Why? What fucking sense does this make, dude? I thought we didn't talk about the trolls anymore. I thought we didn't give the detractors the time of day. I thought we weren't going to give them content. We were going to starve them out. And yet I'm receiving brand new information as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I had just forgotten, but whatever. I'm receiving new information live from the guy about how people are being mean to him behind the scenes. And it's working. Well, thanks for the information, I guess. It's nice to know that the war efforts are still on.
So, yeah, I mean, there's many, many idiotic things that they have done, and this is one of their most broken narratives, because they can't possibly believe that what I say is true. Now, here's what I've said. My wife actually would like to be a part of my content. She's expressed interest over the years. Initially, many, many years ago, she wanted to be part of my Halloween event. We bought her a Halloween costume.
I already think that that's very odd that she ever wanted to be a part of his content knowing who he was. Because she did. She knew that DSP was DSP Space Gaming before ever showing up and being married and all of that. She knew. What sane person would want to be a part of the content that he makes knowing who he is and what he goes through? It doesn't make any sense. You would have to be some sort of like masochist or something in order to want to be on a DSP stream unironically and be berated that way. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. And if she really wanted to be a part of his content, she would be. Anything you really want to do, you do.
Right? She dressed up with me on a Halloween stream. The moment she sat down to play games, the trolls came in and started saying absolutely disgusting things about her. You know, horrible things about her appearance.
And he positioned her directly next to the chat for the entire stream so that she could read all of the negative things that people were saying about her, knowing that that was going to be the case. Honestly, just a completely disgusting and despicable thing for any husband to do to their wife, if you ask me, or their significant other, or even a friend. If DSP was bringing a friend onto the stream, to position them in front of the chat that he knows is going to be toxic is just, it's at least a lack of forethought and care, which I don't think he should be putting up with, or that anybody else should be putting up with. It's very self-centered and narcissistic, I think.
Horrible sexual comments, just terrible things, right? Unlike me, where I don't really give two shits what anyone says about me because I've been doing this for 17 years, it got to her. So during the stream, she visibly basically became distressed. And after like a couple hours, she said, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to see these comments. They're bothering me.
Then turn off the fucking chat. Turn it off for her, DSP. Quit subjecting her to this style of torture. It's fucked up. Thank you, Yoshi Can, for the $20. Saying, I rarely do this for people online, but today feels like a special time. You are one of my favorite YouTubers, especially covering the guy. Thank you for making my Saturdays entertaining, and congrats on a new chapter of your life. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that I can entertain you with the guy. It means a lot to me. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Then she was literally off my streams
thank
for
you.
what? Shit, 7 years, something like that, 6 years. And then it was early 2024. And then we decided maybe it was time to try again. Okay.
But why did you think it was time to try again after she got objectively fatter, objectively less appealing visually to look at? If they were already making fun of how she looked with her makeup and her costume and her face before she gained excess amounts of weight, why would they then think that it was a better idea to bring her on later? It's just a lack of care. And honestly, a complete, I don't know the best way to put it. It's insane for a husband to do to his wife. It's insane to put her into that position and allow that to happen. Like he should have cared enough about her to not put her in that position. But yet here we are. Yeah, neglect. It's very neglectful for him to do that to her, somebody that he's supposed to care the most about in the entire world.
And we wanted to do something that was very fun. And so we both were going to be playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. And we heard that it was going to have this virtual island side mini game where basically it's kind of like having like Animal Crossing, where there's an island that you're going to be building up and you have residents who live there and you interact with them all. Admittedly, it's not what it ended up being. It ended up being a big slog and repetitive grind of times sync that really didn't pay off if you did it. They basically pushed it as something that it wasn't. So when the game came out, it was actually kind of a disappointment that that's what it ended up being. So anyway, we said that we were going to do this co-op. And she showed up.
For the record, she 100%ed that game mode before he ever started playing it, by the way. She was more than familiar with what the game type was, and he should have been as well if it was going to be on his stream. He should have peeped into her little office, her little sanctuary getaway from him, and taken a look at the game and the gameplay and realized that it wasn't going to be for his audience. But he didn't take the time to do that because he very clearly didn't give a shit how it went.
For I think it was 2 to 3 streams of that. Again, during that time frame, what did my haters and trolls do? Clip farm. Look, she's distressed. Look, she's, insulting her appearance and things like that. Left, right, up, and down.
Right.
Horrible things.
Which you knew was going to happen.
So after that, basically after that experience, we decided that's it. There's no point anymore. Because for having her in the content, for as nice as it is to maybe have my wife in my content every once in a while, all you're doing is you're giving people the fuel that they want to make toxic. You are essentially giving them a clip mill, right?
Sorry, I'll run that back. I sped it up and then the audio cut.
Content every once in a while. All you're doing is you're giving people the fuel that they want to make toxic content. You are essentially giving them a clip mill, right? It's the same as me playing Battlefield. It's the same.
Well, I don't know that it's the same as playing Battlefield. I don't think that I'm going to wind up calling anybody fat during a Battlefield gameplay, but
if I decided to do something that would give my haters opportunity to try to mess with it, like, oh, let's do a fan lobby. It would never work because they would take every spot in the lobby and they would sit there with horrible names, doxing, racist stuff, sexist stuff, things about my wife and family members. That's what they do. They want attention. When you realize, oh, this is a way for them to get what they want, you starve them. You don't give them what they want. Okay? So after that experience with doing the Dondoko Island and basically her losing interest in it, I did too. It was boring as hell. And basically, again, more internet bullying. She said, I just don't want to do it anymore. And I said, I'm with you.
100%. All right, so there's your confirmation. Once again, Troll W, ring it up, put it on the fucking board. We are actually determining what content DSP is and isn't making. He is actively not playing video games and not doing variety-style content that he would like to do because the trolls would make fun of him, they would make content out of it, and he just can't have that. So, still mind-controlling this guy through the power of the internet. He's dancing like the marionette we all know that he is, like the actual fucking brainless puppet. And like I said, just another Troll W. We stay winning. We're always up. We never lose.
I don't see the point. You know, it's not like we're missing out on amazing content that we could be making together because you're not there. I don't do co-op stuff as it is. Like it's not like I'm known for co-op and now I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? We tried it. It would have worked if we eventually tried more games. Like we were actually going to play Beyond Two Souls. I bought the game. We were ready to do the co-op. And then basically we decided against it. We're like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to do this because that's just what these idiots want. They want that content so they have more toxic things to say.
So for all of those weeks and months that he was saying that Kat was going through something, she wasn't feeling well, that they were putting it off until X, Y, or Z, until she was past this point, until this was over, or whatever he was saying, all of that was a bullshit lie. He lied straight up to his audience. He lied to all of the trolls. She just didn't want to be called fat again, which I understand. I think it's totally reasonable. I don't think that she should have ever been put in that position in the first place, but yet he did. It's just wild to me that he couldn't say that the first time when he knew that that was the case and then just move on and never bring her up again. But here we are, bringing her up again. Coffee Boy with the 5 saying, my wife was bullied online? Let's bring her up again after she gains 200 pounds. Truly a 220 mindset. It's true. It's true. You would have to hate somebody in order for that to be the case, I would think. Like, that's the type of, like maliciousness that you do to somebody that you detest and you actively want to like ruin. And he's doing that to his wife. Vaporware 336 with the 22 months. Holy shit. Saying, I'm still under the belief that his, this phoebe about Kat doing the Dondoko stuff because he hates playing video games and wants to be paid for nothing. Big ups. I mean, that could definitely be the case. She just had no business ever coming back. And she doesn't now. I hope Kat legitimately stays out of his content. I hope he quits bringing her up. And I hope that I never have to talk about it again, in all honesty. I prefer my DSP content solo anyway. No Wings of Redemption, which we're going to get to. No call-in shows. No fucking dents in the gameplay on Mike playing with him. I don't want any of that. I want DSP suffering alone in this room indefinitely, seething and crying about the money. That's the way I like him. Thank you, Duke Alistair, for the 5, saying it's worse because he makes fun of Boogie, Wings, and RTU for being big, knowing that his whale looks like. Well, exactly. Just like when he calls his audience retarded, knowing that Jade is in the chat. And that Jade is disabled, severely disabled, and is one of his biggest, most authentic fans. He has no care in the world for them. It's all about the money and how much of it he's making right now. Thank you all so much. I
So,
really appreciate all
The
of
reason
the,
that my
super
detractors
chats
and haters bring up my
memberships.
wife so much is very simple, because we starve them of content for her. So because they have nothing, they want what they can't have. Get it? If she was on the stream every day, it wouldn't be a big deal anymore, because she's on the stream every
Are
day.
you sure?
And therefore it would become a commonplace thing, they wouldn't care. But
It would
because
be a
she's not
big
on the
deal.
stream, because she's only been in very few pieces of my content ever, and we've given them nearly nothing to ever work with, they can't stop obsessing. They literally hyperfixate on my wife, trying to get information about her past, about her physical appearance, about all kinds of shit, because they're not allowed to have that information. It's none of their business. She is not my business. She is not in my content. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, the actual only reason that people bring up Kat is because she has been a part of the content before, which was his own doing, and Leanna was such a big part of his content before even that. This is the way that his business has always operated. He has always given you this level of information, and it's weird now that he doesn't. And it's weird now that seeing how Kat has progressed from the first time we saw her to the second, it's weird that he talks about her so little when there's clearly so much going on. It's also very, very relevant due to his midlife crisis style working out that he's been doing. People have likened it to the type of midlife working out crisis that people going through a divorce do, which is why it's relevant more now than ever, I would argue. The fact that he doesn't see that, and he doesn't see anything weird about it, he doesn't see how you can come to these conclusions is, I think it's willful ignorance, because he wants to pretend as though the trolls are insane weirdos with insane conspiracy theories that don't add up, when really just going based off of the information we have, it's one of the most logical conclusions that you can even come to.
there's no reason to give them any information at all. You know, every
Midlife
once in a while,
crisis
I
is a
talk
good
about
way
our
to
day
put it.
off
I
or
like
something that
that.
we're doing or something she's cooked. That's all you get. That's literally all you will get. Because anything further than that becomes harmful with these idiots. Again, hyperfixating, eternally online, socially broken losers. All they do is sit online all day. No actual real-life social interactions with anyone. They probably don't even have social skills. They're probably fucking mentally deficient, emotionally deficient people who think it's okay to just stalk people online all day. So that's why we don't give them what they want. But you're right. It's messed up that they ever would have thought to
DSP,
try
never
to...
giving trolls any sort of content whatsoever, as he actively cuts a clip for all of the trolls to watch and talk about his wife for. Very cool, DSP. Awesome. You're killing it out there, buddy.
to stalk my wife or say horrible things about my wife. They don't know anything about my wife. They still don't, and they never will, because we don't give them anything to know. So they can say whatever they want. It doesn't mean anything. And that's the truth, is anyone who hyperfixates on someone who's not directly involved obviously is a loser, a fucking mentally ill person who knows that they're not allowed. You're not part of this inclusive group. You're not part of my family.
I believe it's exclusive group. If it were inclusive, we would all be a part of it, you fucking dipshit.
Never going to be part of my
God
family.
damn it.
Maybe you want a family for yourself.
It's like when people say, I couldn't care less. So you do care then. Why don't you figure out how fucking words work before you go using them? And this is coming from me, somebody who actually can't talk worth of shit and is constantly fumbling myself. I know, this is the pot calling the kettle here. But Jesus Christ, it's not that difficult.
And that's why you want to so desperately know about mine, but you're not allowed. Sorry, you're not part of this club, and you never will be. Instead, you could be in your really oddball club of oddly hyperfixated losers online. And if you want to call that your family, go for it, but I don't think it's going to get you very far in life.
Sorry, guys. I'm not calling you family. It's, I think that's a step too far.
Nick Smith
Too
did a $2 super chat.
parasocial
Is there a
for
way
me.
for her to be to be there but not on screen? Why would she want to be here and not on screen? Again, like what?
She's fat.
Honestly, what? Here's how Kat is a part of my life. Okay, the moment
That's my
that I
wife,
turn
as your
this
wife,
camera off
hopefully.
and I walk out of this room, I spend my time with her constantly, and I love it. She is my significant other. She's my best friend. I don't need to also include her into this part of my life. It's not needed.
It's just so weird that he can call her his best friend when they had, again, the chemistry that they had on those streams. Any of the streams that she was on, whether it be the Halloween one or whether it be the Dent Doko Island bullshit, The fact that they were incapable of actually having any sort of interesting conversation whatsoever. There was almost no smiling, laughing, or joking going on. It reeked of two people who barely know each other whatsoever. And I'm supposed to believe that's his best friend? Go interact with your guys' best friend and let me know how that interaction pales in comparison to the fucking zenith of relationship that is DSP and his wife, I guess. Clearly, they're the best. They're two fucking old pals.
In fact, having that separation between work life, online presence, and in real life existence is an insanely good, healthy thing to do. Crazy healthy for you. You should have a separation of the virtual and the real. That way, you can have a split and you're not constantly having that life be permeating into your own. Do you see what I'm saying? Like a lot of people say to me, do you play games outside of what you play on stream? No, because I play games so much on stream.
Doesn't care about games.
Why would I want to play games out there in my real life?
What about all of the people that play video games on stream and, in their real life DSP? What if that's genuinely their passion? There's tons of streamers that live and exist this way, are more successful, and have better family dynamics. I don't know why he looks at it from his own perspective at his own life and can, draw the conclusion that he's clearly the best to ever do it. There's not a different way to do it whatsoever. He's clearly the most authentic, most robust content creator there's ever been, and he's the only one doing it correctly. That's such an asinine perspective. It's so self-centered and embarrassing. It really goes to show you the mental maturity of this fucking idiot.
This is my virtual online existence, my work. That's my real life. I want separation between the two. That's a very healthy thing. The last thing I would want is stress from this permeating into that. See? So, no, I don't need to have my wife in my content. No, she doesn't have to be off screen, but still, there's no reason for it. Someone tipped $2 says, screw the trolls. It sucks that you and your wife just can't have fun and that some of her choices are influenced by them. You're right. I agree with you. Like I said, excuse me.
So not only are we, DSP just confirmed, not only are we controlling DSP and his content, but you're also simultaneously getting to control his wife and the content that she appears in. So this is the double W for the detractors. You're simultaneously controlling two grown-ass adult individuals into doing exactly what you want through the internet. How cool is that? How powerful do you feel right now?
The problem with people...
It's the type of control that you can only have over, like mentally deficient idiots, obviously.
Again, who live eternally online, is that they tend to become, how can I say? They tend to become desensitized. What do I mean by that? Well, when you're eternally online, you see constant online bullying, constant online harassment, constant online trolling. And
it depends on where you hang out.
So when you're eternally online, you're like, oh, it's no big deal if someone says this about someone or acts like this about someone or harasses someone or makes nasty posts about someone or does this or that. In reality, the truth is all of that stuff is unacceptable.
It's the internet, man.
We're just so desensitized to it because it's become the norm online.
None of this is that deep. You like that one cat said a long time ago on Twitter, how is cyberbullying real? Just close the fucking laptop. Just log off, bro. Go outside.
Basically, we're kind of like, well, just expect it, right? We shouldn't expect it. As human society, we shouldn't expect it and condone it and be like, that's fine. We should actually point at it and say, that's wrong, that's busted, that's morally completely unacceptable, and we should call out the people who do it, and we should put them over the coals. But instead, people applaud these people.
We should put them over the coals for calling your wife fat on the internet? That's where we're drawing the line? That's the kind of behavior that we've deemed unacceptable? And these people should be put over the coals for? Come on, man.
Oh, hilarious. Oh, it's so good when this person roasts this person and says awful things about this person and their family members. Oh, it's so good. In fact, let's give them money and let's do that. No, that's a busted society. That's socially broken. That's immoral. That shouldn't exist. And people shouldn't applaud it and reward it. They should call it out and chastise it and criticize it and condemn it and make sure that it doesn't happen.
What about the roasts that you see of famous celebrities? Are those acceptable or unacceptable, DSP? If roasting is the problem and you don't think that it should be applauded nor supported in any financial way, is like the roast of Tom Brady, is that all of those people? Well, look, Burnt Chrysler honestly should be put over the coals. But should all of those people be reprimanded and sent to jail for making fun of people? Is that where we're at now? That's the life DSP wants to live.
But instead, we have a weird, broken, again, eternally online society that thinks that this is the norm when it's not. We shouldn't be desensitized to organized online bullying, and we shouldn't reward it. Okay? But the point I'm making here is, for those of us who are online all the time,
right,
we're used to it. For those of us who are not online all the time, they're not used to it. Normal people think that that kind of behavior is sick, twisted, and busted, and it actually affects them in a really bad, negative way. Okay? My wife,
log off.
as much as she knows that online bullying is bullshit, doesn't mean anything, it still gets to her.
Because she's pussy. Because she's not meant for this. And that's fine. Look, not everybody is meant to be online in this capacity. A lot of people aren't cut out to be in a COD lobby with mics on. And that's okay. I don't expect everybody to be okay with that. I don't expect everybody to want to be put into those situations. The Atlas would never step into an MW2 lobby from back in the day with all of the heinous slurs being thrown, the actual death threats that were being just heinously said through the comms. It's not for everybody, and that's fine. That's honestly what I enjoy about the internet to some extent, is that these places exist where you can go and people are going to be ruthless and they're going to be mean, but I'll tell you fucking what, a lot of them people are honest. And I think that those spaces need to exist. And if you can't fucking handle the heat, then you gotta get out of the kitchen. That's okay. Just admit that you can't handle the heat and stay the fuck out. Don't try and change the space because of your fucking feelings. If she's pussy, she's pussy. Just stay home, babe. It's okay. Thank you, Dune Messiah, for the 15 months. I really, really appreciate it. 15 long months. Big ups.
Twice, 2 times, once during that Halloween event, and then when we were doing the Dondoko Island stuff, she's tried to be a part of my content, and every time that the online bullying begins, it bothers her, and she just doesn't want to do it anymore. Even though...
Yeah, the internet needs PvP areas. Well, and the internet has basically PvP areas. Like, if you're angry about what they say on the farms, you just can't go to the farms. Don't make an account. Don't try and post yourself on there. Just stay away. You're not cut out for the fucking the skill gap that is posting on the farms. Clearly, it's okay, and that's fine. Just be a normie.
Oh, she was determined to not let it get to her, and she was convinced that this time it wouldn't bother her. It bothers her every time. That's just the kind of person she is.
I'm sorry. Let me run that back. I kept interrupting.
During that Halloween event, and then when we were doing the Dondoko Island stuff, she's tried to be a part of my content, and every time that the online bullying begins, it bothers her, and she just doesn't want to do it anymore. Even though she was determined to not let it get to her, and she was convinced that this time it wouldn't bother her, it bothers her every time. That's just the kind of person she is. That's not
fine.
Her fault at all. And the truth is, she shouldn't have to put up with online bullying simply because she's my wife. Just because she desires to be in a piece of content that I'm doing and wants to add something, why does that now make her a target for harassment by thousands of no-life losers on the internet who literally live on the internet and have no fucking lives of their own?
Because you guys are one unit. That's how this works. You're like, she is going to reap all of the same benefits and rewards you are because you're married now, because you're intrinsically linked in this capacity. That's how it is. The Atlas is going to receive the exact same benefits in real life of being associated with me as well as the negatives and the downsides. It's just the way that it is. If she didn't want to accept that, if she wasn't okay with that, then she should have never have signed the line. She should have never have said yes. It is that simple.
They're not happily married. They don't have a nice house. They don't have a nice social relationship with another person. They never could have that because they're fucked in the head.
Right.
So they sit online and make fun of people who have that.
So people who are fucked in the head have never had nice houses nor never had any sort of families whatsoever. So all of the secret super celebrities that are in all of those pedophile rings doing God knows what heinous activities behind the scenes that would make the devil himself blush. All of those people are clearly not as sick and twisted as the detractors because they have homes, very nice homes. They have families and they have friends. So clearly they're fine, right? That's the way this logic is going to play out.
You see what I'm saying? So it's just so messed up. That's how it is, right? So when you wonder, why is my wife not in shit? It's pretty simple. Normal people would look at this situation from the outside and be like, oh my God, The 2 times she's in Phil's content, she gets mass harassed. To this day, people are still saying fucked up stuff about her, despite the fact that she's not a part of his content, doesn't say anything bad. You know, that's really awful. But only normal people who live offline would understand that. Those of you who live online all day, you don't get it because you've been desensitized to it and you think it's okay when it's not. It's not at all. Like, literally, a single one of you, if you laugh at people who bully others online, if you enjoy their content, if you support it, you're fucked. You actually are mentally cracked.
He's fuck, dude, mentally cracked. I'm fucking cracked.
Mentally deficient. You should seek help. You should go talk to professionals about it.
No, I've never heard anybody use the term cracked like that. I always thought it was like, you know, they're sweating online, they're playing video games too good, they're cracked. Or maybe even their armor is cracked if you're playing like a fucking battle royale or something. But no, for DSP, making fun of people online makes you cracked, I guess. On some boss man type shit.
Because they'll counsel you on how to get better and how to repair your psyche. Because normal people don't revel
Mentally cranking 90s.
in the pain of others, particularly innocents, who have nothing to do with anything, right? If there was a preschool that burned down, would you laugh that the kids died in the fire? Do you think that's funny?
What?
Some people do. I'm not kidding you. Some people do. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is great. No.
What?
That's not cool.
He's legitimately comparing his fat ass wife and him, who have legitimately earned their ire on the internet by being insufferable and unlikable. He's comparing themselves being bullied online to actual preschool children being burnt alive and dying. That's actually the comparison we're making right now. If you ever needed an example of how fucking delusional DSP is and how he doesn't understand his own situation in real life, this is it. This is what he thinks an apt comparison is. He is just as innocent as legitimate preschool-age children dying in a fire. That's what he thinks of himself. He has that level of innocence. Dude, you couldn't be more deluded. You couldn't be more insane.
That's not something to laugh at. Actual human misery is not funny. It's not something to revel in and be happy about. It's just not. Oh, I'm not going to lie. I am sore today. My workout last night. Whew, I did.
Oh, I don't care. There's only 2 minutes left in this clip, and I'm not listening to the workout segment. You guys know what's up. We don't do that no more. Fan roll.
Well, let me tell you.
Like, this week is the finale week for me to wear this kind of clothing.
So I downloaded this. I thought this would be a good thing to watch. I don't recall what is in it. I don't remember what the subject matter even is. The Snort Hogan title is DSP is unhinged over fast food, blames game devs for not hitting the goal. We are going to go through this together, and if it is too boring because I made a mistake in downloading it because I had nothing to say, we will just move on to the wing segment, which we do still have coming up. So, just be prepared if
wearing this kind of clothing since like, what was it, April, May? And listen, I love wearing cool Hawaiian shirts and nice shorts and everything. I really do. But it has finally cooled down. The weather has turned today. It's nice clouds outside. It's only 79 degrees in my office. It's about time to change my attire, to go into the whole, autumn, winter attire, long sleeve shirts, pullovers, sweaters, actual pants instead of shorts. And that's going to happen very, very soon.
The only content creator I've ever watched on the internet, and I've been watching content creators on the internet since 2008. The only content creator I have ever seen that has made their wardrobe, their seasonal wardrobe change a part of their gaming style content. I've never seen it before. I don't know that I will ever see it again. Entirely unique to the guy, and it's probably his most robust aspect, to be honest.
So I hope that you guys will, be okay with that. I know people have gotten used to watching me wear this stuff now for a while, and it might be shocking to you. Wait, Phil's going to wear clothes that don't look like he's on the beach? Yeah. I mean, listen, it's like I said, you got to dress how your life is. My life is a party, man. I get to come to stream every day and chill with a bunch of people, enjoy games for a living, and I have a good life. So, I like to...
His life is a party when he spends 30 to 45 minutes begging in the middle of the night for people to send him money. Now, I haven't been to many parties in my life, kind of an antisocial style in high school, But I don't think that's how parties go. I don't know that anybody has ever thrown a party where that was one of the party activities on deck. I just not from what I've heard, from what I've seen in movies, not from the few that I've been to.
Wear the attire that reflects that. But, you know, sometimes you got to get more serious. I mean, the holidays are coming right around the corner. So I have to spruce up to look more professional, right? That's right. Plus, what's going to happen is I'm going to hide my muscular body transformation. What I'm going to do is continue to work out over the course of the next, you know, many months. And then in the spring, when it gets warm again, and I change back to this attire, you're going to see my giant, insanely worked, roided arms are going to be rippling out of my shirt. You're going to see I put on 20 pounds of muscle just on my arms alone. It's going to be
So
absolutely
fucking
remarkable.
cringe.
You guys your jaws are going to drop. But that only is possible if I hide it for the next many months by going long sleeve. That's really the intention of what I'm doing here. That's why, of course, right?
Somebody asked me the other day, they asked me if I think he's gonna come back next spring or next summer in like an actual tank top. I forget who it was. If they're in the chat right now, I apologize for forgetting. I talked to a lot of people. They asked me if he's gonna come back in an actual tank top. Fuck no, dude. There's no way. I'll take my pants off and shit on him if fucking DSP comes in and like a wife beater or something and really wants to pull his tits out for the cam. I cannot foresee this being the case. I know he's talking about coming back roided and jacked and just completely swole. There's no way. He's an atrophying old man who I don't think legitimately has the capacity to build muscle in any sort of meaningful way visually that'll be a spectacle. I cannot foresee this happening. No.
In truth, I never had any.
And Waveman is telling me now that he gave a pre-failure speech already stating that he may not have had any results after all of the working out, which means that he's full of shit. That sounds like it to me. If you're setting up the pre-excuse, it's clearly because you want to use it, right?
Intention of telling you guys that I was working out. I really didn't. Yeah, if you remember, it happened on a whim. I was wearing one of these shirts, and you guys hated how it looked. So I said, well, if you're going to keep complaining the entire stream, I'm just going to take it off. That way you can stop talking about it. So I did. And then everyone's like, what the hell? Like, why? It looks like you've buffed up. And I'm like, well, yeah, I've been working out for months. So anyway,
Oh my God.
it's not a big deal to me, but I guess it is to many people on the internet who like to hyperfixate on every single aspect of my life and talk about it and, you know, obsess about it, if you know what I'm saying.
If I could go
So-
my whole life without hearing the word hyperfixate one more time, I'd probably be better off for it.
Anyway.
I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it.
Good stuff. And I'm
Bullshit.
excited for fall attire right around the corner sooner rather than later. Like I said, I'm just waiting for it to like lock in. Like today they said there might be some sun, so it might actually get a little bit on the warmer side.
Sorry, did he just say that he's waiting for the weather to lock in?
For fall attire right around the corner sooner rather than later. Like I said, I'm just waiting for it to like lock in. Like today they said there might be some sun, so it might
We're waiting for the weather to lock in. Dude, everybody is perpetually locking in for everything now, and I think it's going a bit overboard.
actually get a little bit on the warmer side. But for the most part, it looks like starting
All the weather,
Friday,
man. I need you to
it is
lock in,
full fall
Brody.
weather. 50 degrees
I need
all
to
day
change
long,
to my
rain
winter
clouds.
attire.
So probably as of this weekend into next week, I'll be wearing the fall attire full time. So there you go.
All
Have I
right.
finished Silk Song? Well, Glimbo, you can answer that question yourself. There's a channel. It's called DSP Gaming. It has all my videos and archives listed there. You could check. You could have easily just taken a look at the playlist and known that, no, I have not beaten it yet. We are in Act 3, and we're having a lot of fun with Act 3. I can't wait for more tomorrow, actually, on the main stream. I'm very excited to see where the game goes now in Act 3. Very nice.
Very
Dunking
nice.
on a fan is not what happened. I told a fan how to get their answers for themselves so they don't have to come to me. It's like, so you can just hand someone a fish when they're hungry, or you can teach them how to do it themselves so they don't have to come back to you. You get it? Maybe not. Maybe you're too stupid.
They're already on the stream though. Like I get what he's saying, but this is not a teach a man to fish type of fucking situation, brother. They're already there. Why would you make them, leave the webpage and possibly not come back to your stream because you're acting like a fucking asshole? Why would you make them click off of your stream to go to your page, scroll through, and then click on the video and then go all the way to the end to see if you finally finished it or not, just so that they can click the back button 3 or 4 times to come back to the stream? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Khalifa Al-Belushi for the 184 AED. Thank you so much. Saying welcome back, Atlas, and congratulations. Wish you a happy marriage life. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We've already been together for our 11th year anniversary was this month as well. we've basically been married. This was basically a formality for her and her family. We were already locked in, as the kids say. It's never going anywhere. So I appreciate the 184 and all of the well wishes today. Thank you all so much.
Stupid. I dunked on you. Anyway, so where to begin? Let's start. How about this? Let's quickly talk about the whole DSP tries it thing.
Oh,
because
it's that
I don't wanna talk
Saudi
about it
money? No, I'm like Bill Burr. I'm taking the Saudi money.
whole stream. I think we're gonna have a lot of time spent on the Halloween nominations, seeing what you guys nominated, looking up to see if these games are viable, where they're available, and then figuring that list out. DSP tries it has been all over the place recently. Allow me to explain. For a couple of basically, I got fed up with fast food for a bit because I kept trying fast food and it wasn't working. Notably, if you remember, the Hot Ones meal at Popeyes was a complete and utter disaster of an episode because they didn't give me the Hot One sauce. Like, how do you sell someone a meal called the Hot Ones meal and not give them the component that makes it called Hot Ones? Pretty stupid, right? So after that, I got fed up. And I said, I think what we should do is stop doing fast food for a bit and do some other stuff. So we did.
Right. I swear we have this conversation like once a month. And then yet we keep going back to the fast food because that's what the dents want to see. And then he falls back on the, oh, well, people love what I do fast food because then they get to try it too. So it's kind of like it's self-defeating every single time. He's pissed when the random shit that he wants to do doesn't work and then he does the fast food and he's not satisfied. It's almost like we should get rid of the whole segment, honestly.
Indian food, and then we did Mexican food.
Wave Man got his fiance's ring last month. Let's go.
Funny enough, the Indian food episode of DSP Tries It did pretty good in the views. It had like 1,400 views or something like that. That's not bad at all for DSP Tries It. That's a pretty good viewer count. But the Mexican episode did not do good. The Mexican episode took like over a week to even reach 1,000 views, so it was very much struggling. I think, again, what people prefer to do is they want to see me taste test something that is something they can get. Because that way, if it's something
well, this is what I was just saying.
I say is good,
we're just going to do this
they can go get it themselves. If it's something that I say is bad, then maybe they can say, okay, I'm going to avoid that. Or they can say, hey, I want to try anyway. If Phil says it's really bad, I wonder if it's actually bad or, some people like to kind of call me on my bluff, as they say, even though I don't know why they would think I'm bluffing about fast food, right?
Because you lie about everything. You're never legitimately, DSP is never honest about anything. He is in a compulsive liar through and through. Every time he tells you a true fact, it's probably surrounded by lies. Even if they're the smallest, most minute lies that couldn't matter to anybody other than him. He is lying.
Back to fast food now for a couple of episodes. And honestly, been disappointing. First, it was Arby's steak nuggets, and then I actually tried the Reuben sandwich. I tried a chicken sandwich and stuff like that. It just wasn't very good. Very disappointing. I think I like the other stuff at Arby's better. Like just a beef and cheddar is probably the best thing they got, And then yesterday,
their brisket burger is pretty good. A beef and cheddar is fine. The French dip is pretty good if you're asking me. I like to dip a sandwich in the au jus or whatever they call it.
Oh my God.
Not a Reuben fan.
I mean, at this point, I think I might have to just say I'm not eating Taco Bell for like 6 to 8 months. I might actually do that. I might just put my foot down and be like, I don't care what Taco Bell has. I'm just not going to eat there because every time I order from my local Taco Bell, it's like unwrapping a stinky sock and then putting it in your mouth. Like I've had enough of them just sucking ass. It's really bad. Like,
I'm drawing
first
the
we
line.
tried
I'm putting my foot down. No more Taco Bell.
This year's Decades menu. It was awful. And I don't know if it's because they made it poorly or it actually just is awful. And then yesterday we did the Frank's Red Hot menu. It was fucking terrible. First of all, they didn't put enough hot sauce on anything. So how is this the Frank's Red Hot menu if it's not hot? You idiots. You have to put the fucking sauce on the food so it makes it be what it's called. And they're not doing that. I'm eating this chicken wrap and it's just 2 chicken tenders and a bunch of vegetables. Where the fuck is the sauce? It pisses me off. I paid a lot of money. I paid $8.50 for the freaking burrito. $8.50.
Brother got fucking scammed, by the way. $8.50 for one Taco Bell burrito? The fact that he would ever even deem that acceptable, regardless of whether or not he got paid, just goes to show me how much he values a dollar. I would never $8.50 for a fucking Taco Bell burrito. Come on, man.
For the burrito. And it's horrible. It's dry.
It's dry. It's
But
sauceless.
even worse than that. Even worse was definitely the Fritos Flamin' Hot grilled cheese burrito. That's probably one of the worst excuses for food that I have seen in a very long time. First of all, why would you put cheese on the outside of a burrito? The only time you would ever do that, okay? It's what's called a wet burrito. So if you don't know, there's burritos that are...
Now, as a burrito connoisseur myself, I'll take a burrito any way you will slop that bitch together. Whether you put the cheese on the top, the cheese on the inside, whether I gotta dip it, I don't know what they call those. Something El Pastor, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, you can slop together a taco or a burrito, I'm eating it. Just don't put beans on the shit.
Meant to be eaten with your hands,
I'm
like a
beanless
handheld street
kinda
food.
guy.
But there's burritos that are meant to be actual sit-down dinners at a restaurant. When you go to a good Mexican restaurant and you get a wet burrito, what happens is they put this giant burrito on a plate, okay, fresh out of the oven. They coat it with sauce, and then they melt cheese on top, and they give you a fork and knife and say, eat it like this. That's why you would put cheese on the outside of a burrito. You wouldn't do that at Taco Bell where the customer is going to eat it with their hands. So just the design of burrito is just so fucking stupid. Whoever at the company designed it is a complete moron. And the fact that people think this is a good idea just shows the intelligence level of the average American today. Okay?
What? So because he was unsatisfied with the presentation of a Taco Bell item, that shows you the average intellectual level of an American today. I shit you not. This is the way that this guy comes to conclusions. This is insane. You can't function this way in any sort of legitimate capacity. That's wild. His faith in humanity is actually dictated by how his DoorDash shows up. I shit you not. Imagine having so few problems in life that this is how you base your opinions.
So the design of the burrito is flawed. Then
the design of the burrito, it's flawed. It's wrong. It's stupid.
I go to bite into it. First bite, all sour cream. Literally, my entire mouth is just full of sour cream. I could have just taken a spoon and put it into a container of sour cream and eaten it like that. It would have been exactly the same flavor. The next bite is literally all meat, all salty-ass seasoned meat, nothing else. The next bite is all sour cream again. As I continue through the burrito, it's all like that. One bite, all corn chips. Then a bite, all rice. So they don't care about the quality of the product they're putting out. They're not saying, oh, it's a burrito. You're supposed to space out the ingredients, mix them, and then wrap. They just say, oh, here we go. Rice, sour cream, meat, wrap, done. So,
bro, it's fucking fast food. What 16-year-old behind the counter gives a shit whether or not you had a good experience? This is the expectation you should be having when you purchase your fast food, and the level of enthusiasm that you should be approaching with. If you're expecting a 5-star dining experience, just be happy your rice is cooked, because I've had rice and not be cooked in burritos before. Actually terrible, and worthy of a refund, if you ask me.
You can't even get an even bite. Imagine if you go to eat a hamburger, okay? You bite into it. The first bite, all tomato. Just a mouthful of tomato. Then your next bite, all pickles. Then your third bite, all meat with nothing else, so it's dry as shit. That's the equivalent of the burrito I ate yesterday. It's fucking terrible. Guess how much it cost? $8.50.
And this is a problem that could have been solved by him, by the way. The second that he bites into the burrito, he realizes that it's all sour cream on the front end. He should have opened it up, taken a look at the way that the fucking ingredients were splayed out on this tortilla, and then just gone, oh, fuck, everything's all separated. This is going to be shite. Let me just take like a spoon or a fork or something, and I'll mix it all together, and I'll wrap it back up, and I'll have a better fucking dining experience. But of course, that would be, actually a solution to his problem, and he wouldn't have anything to complain about. They're just supposed to do it right the first time, and he's never expected to make it right himself. It's just so helpless. It's childlike to just complain when the solution is at your fingertips if you want it bad enough.
So after yesterday's DSP tries it, I'm at my wit's end. This shit is horrible. It's really atrociously bad. And
then that's even implying that he didn't put any extra fucking Taco Bell sauce on the burrito, which is insane to me. I've never ordered Taco Bell and not put extra Taco Bell sauce on it, so I have to open it up. It's like this guy doesn't even know how to eat or something.
I want to get something better. Now, I feel like Firehouse Subs is actually a really good business. Every time I've gone there, the food's been outstanding. Okay? The problem is, number one, they're far away, and number two, they're expensive, so I almost never eat Firehouse Subs. Like, maybe at most once a year. Okay, last time I had Firehouse Subs, I think, was a year ago. When I did a taste test, I think they had just added, like, a roasted chicken, so I had the roasted chicken against another one. Okay, so currently,
All right. NWO News with the 2 saying, and he always opens up all the food anyways. And that's a great point. He's the first guy that'll show you the cross section. The first guy that'll take a bite and immediately open it up, be like, guys, you see how the fucking sauce makes it look like a goop? Oh, that's so unappetizing. That is actually every DSP tries it, but the one time that it would be beneficial to open it just to mix the shit up together and have a better dining experience, he couldn't be bothered. Imagine that. The one time it would be useful.
they have a Thanksgiving sub. It is roasted turkey, sliced, with stuffing, cranberry sauce, and gravy. And apparently you can even get like a side of gravy to dip it in. Okay? Which is pretty good. That sounds amazing, right? Might be really tasty. If it's good, I mean, is the turkey good? Is the gravy good? You don't know, right? So to me, that sounds good. Like, that sounds interesting. Maybe that's something good to try. And maybe it's time because I'm just so fed up with this awful food. That sounds good. But I'll be honest with you. Even though this may be a horrible decision, I'm intrigued to try Domino's Pizza. I haven't had Domino's Pizza. The last time I remember eating Domino's Pizza was when I was in Connecticut in 2019. The only reason I ate it is because my wife and I had just touched down from the airport, and it was like midnight, and there was nothing else open. And it was absolutely disgusting. Okay? It was just terrible. And I haven't had it really since. At least if I had it, it was so unnotable, I don't remember. I actually checked the DSP Tries It archives, and we haven't done an episode of it in a million years. So
who cares?
This could be
Domino's
good.
Pizza.
Trying out their stuffed crust, trying out other pizzas and or a side might be a good thing that I haven't done for a while. You know, it's kind of like when I went back to Little Caesars and I was shocked. I was like, wow, bang for the dollar was actually, it was terrible quality, but the food was a lot of value for the money that you pay for it, and the food doesn't taste bad. It's just bad for you.
Okay, wait. Didn't he just say when he touched down in Connecticut in 2018 or 2019 or whatever, he ate Domino's, it tasted like utter shit. It was god-awful and terrible. Now he's saying that it's actually half decent for the price. It's just terrible for you. I thought it was bad. Why do we keep eating and ordering food that we don't like? He'll slander Subway from fucking Here to Kingdom Come because he doesn't like it for some odd reason. I hate when people pretend like they're too good to fucking eat Subway, to be honest. If they offer you the buy one, get one on a foot long, I promise, brother, for $5, for $6, you're not too good for 2 foot of sandwich. You're being pretentious. But he'll slander fucking Subway for eternity. But Domino's that he had years ago and admittedly tasted like fucking shit. We can't wait to try that, you guys. Jesus. Will be with the 2 saying so terrible and disgusting. Let's buy it again. You're right, exactly. You have the right mindset.
So I might try it. But here's the thing. I want to know, okay? What do you guys think I should do next for DSP Tries It? All right? I want feedback right now. Do you know of anything going on at a restaurant that I should be aware of?
He was talking about Little Caesars when it comes to the price point. Okay. That makes sense. That's fine.
Of some special promotion, a seasonal thing. I want feedback because I don't want to just do what I'm doing and then people are like, oh, we didn't want that because you skipped this. And a lot of the times you guys are way more aware of what things that I should do than I am because you know more than me about this new stuff that's popping up. All right?
You guys are more in the know on all of the new food, obviously. I totally don't keep track, even though I do a show every single fucking week where I eat food. Infamous KS with the 5 months. Thank you so much. Saying, big ups, Atlas. Missed the stream, but pumping to improve my build. Well, keep pumping, brother. Look good for yourself and the ladies. It's far more important than showing up to an Atlas stream.
Get a smothered burrito. I just had Taco Bell. I'm not getting Mexican again. Plus, we had Mexican too. So I'm not doing that again. That would be too repetitive. The Burger King Halloween menu, Mateo, is not a Halloween menu. Here's the Burger King Halloween menu. An orange-colored bun, a box that looks like a mummy, nuggets that are shaped like fangs, and bats. I'm not kidding. That's the menu. There's nothing new. It's exactly the same items you normally would buy. They just slightly packaged them differently or presented them differently, and they're acting like it's a menu. It's exactly the same food. So I'm not doing that. It's a waste of everybody's time. Okay. Sadly, there's no good Italian around. I would love to do Italian food. There's no good Italian near me whatsoever.
No Italians live
so
in
that's why
Washington,
I never do Italian food.
Can't do it. They just don't make them like that out here. Thank you to C Drive for the 2 with the burrito and the pig emoji. Thank you. Thank you to the Grippa with the 5 saying, but Atlas, some crap fast food chains need a chance at redemption. God forbid you make one small joke against Phil or you're on the shit list for life. Well, like Subway, the eternal shit list, because I guess, you know.
We already did the rock wood-fired pizza a couple of times,
Domino's
actually,
a second try.
over the years. That's one of the places that if my wife and I are craving pizza, we actually get it from the Rock, because at the Rock.
You guys are saying all the sub places charge $10 for a footlong. I can still go to Subway and spend $7.99 for one. And like I said, if you can get 2 for $7.99, that's a steal. That's a deal. I can't turn that down. But I will not go to a Jimmy John's nor a Firehouse, because you're right. They want too much fucking money for a sandwich, and I couldn't.
It is a wood fire oven they use, so you get some char on the pizza. The dough is quite tasty. It's handmade. It's pretty good. It's certainly not authentic Italian pizza, but it's much better than any of the other shitty fast food places or even local chains out here. It's much better than all of that, so we do that. But we've already done that a couple of times. Subway has a new meal deal. Well, I regret to inform you, I've absolutely sworn off Subway, and I'm never eating Subway ever again in my life. I've already declared this. After we did that DSP Tries-It of Subway earlier in the year, that was arguably one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my life. It was so toxic. I think if I ate that thing, I would have got sick. I'm never eating there again. I swore it off. I don't care. If literally, all right.
For the record, this guy legitimately had like fucking oxtail or some shit, and he talked about how rancid it smelled, but we're going to pretend as though a random bottom tier fucking Subway sandwich is worse than that. Okay, all right.
If I was stranded in the wilderness for a month and all I was eating was bugs and dirt, and I crawled out of the wilderness, all right, and I looked up on my hands and knees, I'm malnourished, I'm skinny, I'm a living skeleton, I need to eat right away.
No, that's
all right?
living skeleton.
And I look up and oh my God, I've crawled up to the doorstep, to the front door of a Subway. And on top of that, it says in big lights, free sub day at Subway. Okay? I would immediately just choke myself to death and off myself, because I want to prevent my body from just, you know, on an instinct of survival going in there and eating a Subway sandwich. I'm never doing it ever again. It was so bad. I'm seriously never eating there ever again.
It's not me disrespecting the oxtail, infamous. It was DSP. He said that it tasted and smelled rancid or whatever. I never had it before in my life.
Joking. No, I would not kill myself. That was a joke. Okay, don't take it seriously. People will be like, oh my God. But that was so bad. I would not subject myself or my body to that ever again. Nor do I recommend that anyone ever subject themselves ever again to Subway in history. They should actually just close every single Subway store on the planet immediately, and it would do humanity a service. The food is fucking terrible. Now, hold on a second. Don Juan says, get the Philly cheesesteak there. You said you used to love it. I never said I used to love it. That's a complete lie. What I said was...
Tony G with the 5 asking, are you able to see over the counter while they make your sandwich? No, I can't. That's why I order online and just show up. I don't order there. I don't want to talk to them people very much. If I'm... Never mind. I was...
In the 2000s, when I was poor.
No, I can't. I order online because I can't see.
All right? I would do a 5-5-5 deal.
I was going to say something mean about my local
3 medium
Subway,
pizzas,
but
one topping... No, excuse me. 3 medium pizzas, unlimited toppings on each for $5 each. And I would order that deal, and I would get something like the Philly cheesesteak pizza, the pizza with the works, and then like either like a heavy meats or something. And then I would literally eat pizza for 3-4 days. Breakfast, piece of pizza. Lunch, 2 pieces of pizza. Dinner, pizza. Next day, pizza. And I would just keep eating the different flavors until it was all gone. And that was all I ate for like 3 days. Of course, insanely unhealthy, absolutely disgusting. But that's what I did when I was poor. I also used to work at Best Buy, and I would drive to Best Buy in the morning before my shift.
For the record, the poorest people do not order a fucking pizza and have somebody else make it and deliver it to them and then pay the tip, and they do this on a regular basis. The poorest people cook at home. The poorest people make their own food. I like that we're LARPing as a poor person back in the day. Very cool.
And I would get the $1 double cheeseburger, the $1 McChicken, and the $1 drink. And I would literally eat the double cheeseburger, the McChicken, and a drink. It would be like $3 and change. That was my meal. And then I would go to work, and then after my work, I would go back to McDonald's, and I would have...
See, we're making multiple stops at fast food restaurants while talking about how poor we are. For the record, there was like a 2-year span when I first turned 18 where every single day at work for lunch, I had a 33-cent cup of ramen, and then I did not eat until I got home, in which I probably had like a Hot Pocket and then went to bed. That was the down bad style Atlas. But this guy's hitting multiple fast food joints in a day and being like, yeah, bro, I'm fucking poor. What can I do?
Like chicken nuggets. You know what I'm saying? Like all the cheap stuff. That's all I would eat. That's what I ate for like 2 years of my life when I was poor. And you wonder why I got fat at one point, huh? I think we know why, right? But thankfully, I don't have to do that shit anymore. I'm in a much better place in my life, so...
Now I have money. I don't have to order pizza, dude.
Let's get some support. We have zero support right now. Zero.
Or whatever.
Let's get some super chats. Let's get some memberships. Let's get some subs. Let's get some kicks. And let's get some tips to get to this goal. We got to get going now. We did not hit the goal last night for Ninja Gaiden 4. And that's the fault of myself and the game developers, both. Because I'll tell you why. It's right in line.
Yeah, please. Please tell me how it's the game developer's fault that you didn't make money. Please inform me what Team Ninja was supposed to do to make you money. I thank you, Infamous KS, for the 2. Saying 3 pizzas. Damn, I was poor. I was poor. Wrong with packet ramen. Yeah. He doesn't know what it's like to be poor. He's faux poor. He doesn't know how bad it can be. He could never imagine.
With what I've been saying, are you ready for this? My viewers who actually like me. I'm not talking about the hate watchers. I'm not talking about the people who watch me on other channels who like to clip farm. I'm talking about the people who actually come by, watch my content right here on my own channels and support my channels, okay? They no longer want to see me rage and endlessly get frustrated at games. I've now reached the point in my life and my career that people have actually said, we just want to chill. We want to relax with Phil. If we just have a night where we talk for the whole night, that's a great night. That's why American Truck Simulator has remained a great staple of my content for over 6 months now.
Is he still playing ATS? I thought that shit went by the wayside. There's no way we're still playing American Truck Simulator. It can't be true. There's no fucking way we let that stay in the schedule and continue to be played.
Because people just want to relax with me. They just want to have a good time. Games that give me the opportunity to talk with you in between the gameplay segments are always doing way better than games where I have to be insanely focused on the game at all times. I don't have time to read chat. I don't have time to shout stuff out. I'm just sitting here playing like this. People want to hang out. And I get that. And I think as I get older, that's exactly what's going to happen, is people are going to want to hang out more. They're going to want to talk about topics more. They're going to want to get my opinion on stuff and have a conversation rather than just play the game. And that's okay. And I want you to understand, definitely, okay? I want you to understand that doesn't mean that game's going away. Gaming is not going away. I love gaming. It's the core of my content. It will remain. But that does not mean that I can't also do other things or change the kind of things that I do around to what you guys want.
So fucking loud.
Okay. Case in point, here's actually King Furbs just made a great point in chat. He says, it shows you do have to ask for support because when you don't ask, you don't get anything. And that's what happened last night. Okay. Let me explain what happened last night with Ninja Gaiden 4. And by the way, thank you. I love work. Just did.
He says this a lot about wanting to hang out as he gets older. When people want to see chill style content, they don't want to see him just game and not interact with his audience. I've been saying for years, since I started this channel and started talking about the guy, that his best content is the pre-stream because there's no gameplay. He goes on insane rants and people can talk to him in chat and goad him with money into going on insane rants that they want to hear. I have no idea how he hasn't realized that this is the way forward, that this is how people enjoy his content the best, both his authentic fans and LARPers alike. I don't know how it's taken him this long and why he goes back and forth on it as often as he does. I think if he truly just stayed with wasting everybody's time by talking endlessly and about nonsense, I have no idea why he can't just commit to that and realize that's the moneymaker. The gameplay is dead. No one wants to see the fucking video games anymore.
100 kicks.
He truly is at his best when he's just talking bullshit.
The first contribution to the stream. Thank you. I love work. That's our first kicks of the day. Can we get our first sub of the day right now? Can we get our first super chat of the day? And can we get our first member of the day and our first tip? Let's get one of everything right now. Seriously. And then we'll get that momentum going so we can get towards our goal today. Okay? Let's go. let's get some support all around, shall we?
Penitent Sin with the 19 months saying the way forward is going to be more drinking streams like ATS. We're in the only use me Dave phase. I hope so. I fucking hope so. I just hope it's not accompanied by insanely loud goddamn semi-truck noises because he has to peek his head out the fucking door to back into a trailer. That's the bit that I don't care for. We should just do every stream drinking and bitching. That's Kino.
Okay, so what happened last night? Your future stepdad, thank you for the first sub of the day. Here's what happened last night. The first hour of Ninja Gaiden 4, people are intrigued because it's a brand new game. They want to see if the game is any good. And I'm actually happy that earlier in this year, I played Ninja Gaiden 2 Black because it gave me a big frame of reference. If I hadn't played 2 Black, I probably wouldn't have known some of the mechanics and things in this game. So I'm happy that I have, okay? Now, I start playing the game, and everyone's engaged, interested. We're all talking about the game together. We're having a good time. Whole first hour goes incredibly well. First hour, I raise over $100. Everyone's enjoying themselves. Then, only about an hour in, inexplicably, the game presents a challenge room / optional objective area before you have even gotten all of your combat abilities. Okay? So the stupid part about this is there's no reason for this room to exist yet because it's not representative of the rest of the game. Later on in the game, you're going to have other abilities, so why do the challenge room now?
Well, challenge rooms are inherently not representative of the rest of the game, hence why they're challenge rooms and they're optional. Pretty self-explanatory, actually. It's just how games have been working for a while.
All it's going to do is expose some flaws in the game's combat, because you're playing it too early, you see? So I go into this challenge room, and immediately I find a whole bunch of problems with the game engine. Number one, the auto-targeting doesn't work right. Half the time when you try to attack an enemy, the ninja, I forget his name. It's not Ryu anymore. They changed his name. It's a new character. He attacks the wrong
They just don't work, you guys.
way. So you have all these attacks that are supposed to like do crowd control, but half the time when you do them, you run the opposite direction of the enemies. Well, why is it doing that? I didn't make the game. Could you have the targeting work a little better? It's a challenge room. I have all these abilities I unlocked. Can someone actually like make the ninja hit the fucking enemies? Because it's not me. I didn't program it.
Yeah,
okay, that's
no. But you were supposed to be the one to make the character hit the enemies. You were supposed to engage with the mechanics in such a way that was the outcome. That's the skill. That's the challenge. That's the gameplay of the game.
Number one.
Why does he want the devs to do the combat for him?
Number two, the one new thing that they have added to the gameplay is a super armor mechanic, where instead of you just being able to endlessly do free-flowing combos, sometimes when you're attacking enemies, an enemy will have super armor. So now you have to hold down a trigger and press a button to charge your sword and do a super like strike that breaks through the armor. Then you can do the combo to them. The problem is this is incredibly slow. So every time you do it, basically you're stopping your free-flowing combat and you're just leaving yourself wide open to attack. Okay? Now, maybe there is a way to fix that. I don't know. But early in the game, there's not. You're in this challenge room and you're trying to kill a whole bunch of enemies in every direction. And then you go to do this to stop the super armor and every enemy just gangbangs you. They all just jump on top of you, start punching you from every direction. Huh? These guys come up with spears and they start swinging super armor attacks. Okay, let me dodge one. 3 more come up behind you and start beating the shit out of you because what do you want me to do? I just started. I don't have all the abilities yet. So the challenge room is flawed. It's actually a stupid pain in the ass.
That's why it's optional. That's why it's called a challenge room, I would venture to say. You know, the fact that you don't have all of your abilities and then the enemies are difficult and there's a lot of them, that's what presents the challenge.
So it took me, no exaggeration, over 30 minutes of raging at this room until I finally beat it. Okay? What was the reward? Oh, a little bit of the upgrade currency. So not worth it at all. Complete waste of your time. So it's a huge game flaw. They screwed that up. They totally shouldn't have had that early in the game. But here's what happened. Since I'm...
a little bit of fucking upgrade currency at the beginning of the game could go a long way. Like, I don't know how much it is or how much the upgrades are in comparison or whatever, but like, you know, doing the optional shit and getting a little bit towards your upgrade should be a good reward, especially at the beginning of the game when everything is the cheapest.
So focused on this challenge room and trying to beat it. And I'm just keep restarting it, okay? I basically completely turned away the audience. I wasn't interacting. I certainly wasn't being positive. I wasn't enjoying myself. What happened is I raged. So what happens when I rage is all of my trolls and clip farmers clip farm it and say, we got content today, hooray. And all of my actual positive supporters and viewers say, this sucks, and they leave. The attendance massively went down while I was in this challenge room. And by the time that I beat it, I only had 10 minutes left on the stream. So now I couldn't even finish the first stage, the first chapter.
So, how is that the game's fault, though? I'm still not understanding how Team Ninja is specifically responsible for his lack of funds. Because he sucked shit at the game? I don't think they could have ever have, in their wildest dreams, had estimated how bad at games DSP is. Without knowing who he is specifically, I don't know how they could have ever anticipated anybody being so fucking idiotic. Thank you, Paul Hadouken, for the $2, saying, I beat the challenge in 10 minutes. Get good, Phil. Well, that's exactly what I'm fucking saying. It's like normal people will play the game and not have any sort of issue at all. It goes through QA and people beat it and it's not a problem. But then DSP will be stuck there for 30, 45 minutes and then want to blame the game developer. It's purely a skill issue and it's obvious to everyone. Thank you to C Drive for the 2. Saying, Phil making a game look bad is his superpower. It's true. It's true. If you ever thought about picking up a game and you wanted to see how it played and whether or not it was going to be worth your purchase, you go watch DSP and it'll look like shit and you won't want to buy it anymore. It's a tried and true strategy I like to use.
Because the challenge room took up all my time. Hence, don't put a fucking challenge room on stage 1 when it's not capable of being really done because you don't have your abilities yet. It's horrible game design. So, then I went to the end of the stage. I ran out of time. I said, well, guys, I'm sorry. I can't beat this. And people were upset. And rightfully so. Why wouldn't you be? You came here to see the beginning of the game, and you only got to see, you know, the intro and part of chapter 1 on the first night stream. I'd be upset, too. I got absolutely no support the second half of the stream. 0. So I ended the night at $115 of support, and I got 110 of it within the first hour and $5 for the whole second hour.
Hey?
Can I blame the audience? No. Absolutely not.
Why not? You blame the fucking audience for every other game. Literally, every other time that a game doesn't hit the fucking goal, well, he never blames the game. He never blames himself. It's only the audience. They didn't show up. They were withholding. They didn't support the content, even though they were there all night and they liked it. Why is it today we're going to blame the game?
Myself for getting too focused on that stupid challenge room. And I blame the game developers for fucking putting it there like idiots. It never should have been there, especially with the flaws in the combat of this game. They should have waited and put it in later when you have more abilities and things unlocked that make it more, you know, feasible.
Right, right. They should have taken the optional challenge style area and they should have put it later into the game when it would have been less of a challenge so the DSP could feel better and his ego wouldn't hurt. That makes sense to me. No, that is how people should design games. I agree.
That sucked. Now, the thing is, I'm not going to ditch Ninja Gaiden 4 simply because this happened, okay? I'm going to play it again tomorrow night. I am. I want to continue, or tonight, excuse me. We're going to play it as the late stream tonight, and we're going to see how it does, and hopefully it does well, all right? And I will focus mostly on story advancement. If I do happen to find another challenge room, I'll tell you this, I'll just try to do it without any of the crazy modifiers to give you more rewards. Like, I'll just do 100% health, just try to beat it legit, and go from there. And hopefully we can get through them, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I'll just say, well, screw it, and we'll just continue with the story. All right? I don't want this playthrough to be ruined simply because the optional content is too fucking annoying and it's not entertaining for you or me. All right? So let's go tonight on a second stream. Let's see if we can make it work, and hopefully we will, and hopefully it'll be fun. But I apologize for last night. Yes, I absolutely should not have gotten so focused on that stupid room to waste like 40 minutes of the stream. Pissed me off, pissed you off. I get it. We were all having a good time. And then I kind of blew it with that stupid, you know, the way I reacted to that. Okay? But
look, I guess I have to give DSP his fucking flowers where I can. At least he has the self-awareness in this moment to acknowledge that he shouldn't have reacted the way that he did, and he understands that he wasted his audience's time. Now, of course, he's only accepting half of the blame because he genuinely believes that the other half should be on the developers of the game. But, like I said, I have to give him his credit where it's due because even this is an improvement for the guy. This is usually this is above the bar that he usually sets.
Now, please, let's get some support.
But you're right, Tractor
Let's hopefully have a good day today. Let's hit those goals on both streams. For Mario Galaxy 2 right now, for Ninja Gaiden 4 tonight. Let's get some support rolling and some momentum going so that we can get working towards the Domino's Pizza. DSP tries it next week. Because in reality, I do not think that we're going to hit 10 goals between now and the end of Thursday. I don't think that's going to happen. Someone tipped $1 just to say, yeah, but you made over $100 in 2 hours. You're right. You notice I didn't say, oh my God, what a disaster stream, how horrible, and I'm dropping the game. I didn't say that. I have a goal. My goal is 150 a stream. I want to hit my goals because that's called success. I feel like last night was a decent stream, but I want.
Wait. So the only thing that is success is hitting the goals. So if we set the goal at $1, is that success? We can arbitrarily change the rules whenever we would like, and we can change the numbers required or the time frame. And as long as we set it to whatever and we hit it, that's success. No wonder this guy thinks he's a fucking success story then, because he's arbitrarily setting his own goals all of the time. Insane. That is not how anybody else dictates success.
I hit the goal, and it did not hit it because of the actions of my bad choice to do that challenge room for 40 minutes, and the bad choice of the developers to put that fucking challenge room that early in the game when you don't even have all your abilities yet. It's the fault of both. It's
that 50-50 split where it's kind of not my fault, you guys, and there's nothing I could do.
You know, I made the choice, but man, they could have done that a lot better, and it needs to be called out honestly. That was stupid. That was very bad choice by them. So, Abdullah says, you really look like Bill Murray, the actor. It's weird. I think that sometimes I think maybe I look a little bit like Bill Murray, and sometimes I think I look like Dan Aykroyd. Because I have a humongous fucking forehead.
He looks like neither. He looks like Ricky Gervais's melted brother. But sure, he very, very wishful thinking to look like a Ghostbuster, since he's so comically obsessed with Ghostbusters for some reason. He got slimed. Bleh. Anyway. Thank you, C-Drive, for the 2, saying he only adapted the "my fault" as a new cope. I believe that. I think he might think it makes him look better if to say that, and then do nothing about it. And then thank you, Schwookdev, for the 5, saying putting a DSP difficulty level in my game, where it just plays a recording of the game and it keeps going as long as you're pressing buttons. I'm pressing buttons. Yeah, that is exactly what he would be looking for. Absolutely. I could totally foresee him playing a game where that's the feature and the mechanic or whatever, and trying to not disclose that that's what he's playing on. That seems right up his alley. Of course, other people more informed on the internet than him would already know of this feature, and they would call him out. But I could see him trying to get away with something like that.
And I have a receding hairline. Both of them kind of have that. It's weird.
It's
very odd because when I was a kid, I didn't look anything like the Ghostbusters at all.
It's true.
And now I look,
especially with the receding hairline,
like 2 of them. All right, and please, let's get some support. We're at $35 of support so far. Can we get some more support? And we want to hit that goal. Definitely we want to hit the goal today. I didn't hit it last night for Ninja Gaiden 4. That's my fault. I take the blame for that with the challenge room fiasco. All right, let's hit the goal for Mario Galaxy 2. Let's hit the goal tonight for Ninja Gaiden. Let's keep hitting goals and crushing it so we can do DSP Tries It, Domino's Pizza as soon as possible. Let's go. And by the way, there is a free episode of DSP Tries It taking place during the Halloween Marathon where I'll be trying out 2 holiday-themed treats. Okay? 2 treats. Free episode of DSP Tries It. No support needed for that one. It'll be happening during the Halloween Marathon, guaranteed.
Oh, boy.
Okay?
What a kind and gracious streamer he is. A free DSP Tries It? No way.
Penguin Alchemy is asking a question that has been asked before. I'll address it since people bring this up from time to time. Why is your goal the same on both day and night streams when one of them is 5 hours, the other is only 2? Shouldn't it scale based on the length of the stream? No, because this is not an hourly rate job. Just because I'm here 5 hours versus 2.5 hours doesn't mean that I expect to make more or less per hour. People show up and support what they like. Okay? If you like Mario Galaxy 2, you'll show up to the Mario Galaxy 2 stream and support it, whether it's 5 hours long or 2 hours long. You'll still be there to support it, right?
But it's at a different... No. How can you expect that to be the case? Look, I've seen it on my own streams. When you go to check the analytics and the super chats or the viewer the view count or whatever, if I don't stream long enough, if I don't make it to like noon or 1 or whatever, like my longer streams get more viewers because more people are going to be awake and available later into the day because I start so early. That's part of that's just part of the dynamics that go into streaming. The time that you stream and the amount of time you stream does inherently have an effect on how many people are there, how much they are supporting, how long they're going to be able to be there for. It all is played in, like, it's all a factor. I don't know how he can sit here and pretend as though that's not the case. That doesn't make sense, bro. I know it's not an hourly fucking job, but you can't expect to make the same amount of money for way less view time. You simply aren't giving people enough time to justify it.
So it doesn't matter how long the stream is. It doesn't affect anything at all, quite frankly. Usually I put streams on the day.
Yeah, Schwookdev saying, Atlas, you'd pay $7.99 for a foot long, so you should pay $7.99 for a 6-inch, right? They're both sandwiches. And that's exactly what I'm fucking saying. Like, it just doesn't make sense. That's not how people think.
Stream that are longer games because I know that I want to try to beat them at a more rapid pace. And I know if I don't put those games on the day stream, I'll never beat them at all. But no, that's, what do you mean bait devoured?
Yeah,
so he says bait devoured. I'm answering your honest question. How is that bait devoured? Are you retarded?
Got him.
You are retarded. Oh, okay.
He fell for it. This person didn't give a shit, DSP. You got trolled.
That's not bait. Bait is like, if you ask me a question and you think you're going to somehow get something out of me that's going to like get me to rage or to get an answer out of me that you didn't know before and you, oh, oops, I didn't mean to say that. This is a question I've answered time and time again. It's not a big deal. That's not bait, you incredible idiot. You don't even understand the premise of what you're saying.
He got a response. He got his own DSP segment in the middle of the stream. Regardless of what you said, he's now a part of the content. Bait devoured indeed.
It really does baffle me that people actually think that, like, you know what I'm saying? That, wow, I got him, but you didn't. You're just an idiot. Like, what are you even talking about? Me, and they're like, oh, see, we got him to react. Yes, but you understand that me calling you an idiot because you are isn't like you got me. That's me showing the world you're an idiot. You lost that transaction, not me. But they're that dumb, they don't get it. They just prove their mental retardation when they act like that.
DSP thinking that every interaction he has with trolls is a transaction that he can win is insane. I don't think he understands how online trolling and detracting really works. If he thinks that these are transactions he can win.
Well, I already disclosed why I canceled the Mike Klum documentary. I already did. I already explained it fully to you. At the time, I didn't think it was right. It was going to be too much of an investment of time, stress, effort, and taking time away from me working to do this documentary without any guarantee that it was going to concretely help me in any way. Very well, I could have put out this documentary and it did absolutely nothing for me or my family or business, so why bother? And if I put that amount of time into it, I want to have a guaranteed benefit from it. Right?
He needs a buy-in, dude. He needs guaranteed money. Simply documenting him on a day-to-day basis and providing more information and an insight to the life and times of one of the most prevalent content creators on the entire internet with an 18-year legacy. None of that matters to the guy. He doesn't care about any of that. He's not interested in providing any sort of additional unique content to his fans so that they can remember him when it's all said and done, so that people can look back on his legacy. We don't give a fuck about that, dude. I need money, and I need it now.
It wasn't like, oh, so he's going to do this documentary, and he's guaranteed he's going to be paid for all of his time as if he's an actor, you know what I'm saying, actually working on like a movie. It was just a documentary being made by me. Gee, hope this benefits you. So what was the point of that, right? It just wasn't worth it, okay? And quite frankly, it was an amazingly good decision because take a look at what's happened now in the last 2 years, right? Seriously, if I had done that documentary and it went the wrong way, things could have went completely differently than how they just did. And now things are in a very good place for me. So I'm happy that things have gone the way that they did. I actually made, for the first time probably in a very long time, I made a very good series of decisions in a row that actually set me up for success. Thankfully, I didn't blow it. I didn't screw anything up.
Success, of course, being $150 per stream. That's our only measure. There's no other way to figure out whether or not DSP is a success, except for whether or not he hits the goal today. Every other stream is irrelevant as well. It's just the goal right now. So all of the nonsense that he had to put up with, arguing with Kino Casino and having Ashton call his wife fat, and the King Snake stream that completely fell apart, and even RTU fucking managing to dunk on him during that fiasco, all of that is completely irrelevant because he's successful now because he made $150 yesterday. Sound good?
And things are going good now. Yeah, I mean, so some people are saying different things. People are saying he was working on that EDP documentary. Yeah, but that was like 1.5 years ago. Like, remember, I dropped out of doing the documentary, and then within like a month of me dropping out, the word leaked on the internet that apparently he was working on an EDP documentary, and I was like, whoo! Because let me tell you, I don't want to be sandwiched between Boogie and EDP. In any circumstance, in any way, shape, or form, in any even phrasing, you know what I'm saying? I would never want to find myself between those two men.
That amount of mass around DSP, yeah, he might not be able to contain himself.
So, I'm very happy that I did drop out. Okay. But again, that was a year and a half plus ago. You know what I'm saying? And that is true. Someone just said, well, you know, Boogie turned out looking so bad from his documentary. Maybe no one wants to work with this guy. That was one of my major concerns. That's what I tried to explain to Mike during that whole deal was I don't want my documentary to be like Boogie's. Boogie's documentary is literally a pity party, woe is me documentary. Feel bad for me, right? Because of all these things. But at the same time, you know, he gets exposed for doing all these bad things over time. So he ends up being like not really a pitiable figure, but more just like a miserable wretch kind of a figure in his documentary. And a lot of people watched it and were like, wow, it's fascinating to watch, but you don't feel you don't like Boogie anymore after having watched it. Some people actually like, no, this has actually made him look even worse, right?
Right. And Left Cross in chat is nailing it. You only look as bad as you are. It's not a trick. And that's the thing about this as well is like Boogie looked as bad as he did in that documentary because that's who Boogie is. And I think genuinely that is one of the reasons why DSP had so much he was so wary about doing the documentary in the first place because DSP knows who he is to some extent, right? He has some sort of self-awareness, enough that he doesn't broadcast the way that he lives online, like he used to. And the fact that the entire documentary was supposed to be like a day in the life of the guy, it just to me tells me, Jesus Christ, it tells me that even DSP is ashamed of the way that he lives from day to day. That the daily goings on of the guy are either so unremarkable and embarrassing that he didn't want to broadcast them, or they are so unfathomably like pathetic and incriminating that he didn't want to broadcast it. Like those are the options. If he had nothing to hide, he wouldn't be hiding. Like that's just the way that it is.
And that's what I tried to explain to Mike is like, there's no point in me doing a documentary like that. I have nothing to gain from it. I'm not at the end of my rope. My business is successful. I'm doing fine. I would want this to be a way to boost myself and my business. So our documentary was going to be a completely different kind of documentary. 100%. No, and that's the truth. Documentaries are not about whitewashing someone's past. That's not what the intention is. The intention is, listen, everyone knows my past. It's literally out there. Everyone already knows everything about it. So you've already made your decisions on if you like or dislike me, but no one really sees the real me. All they see is me through the lens of detractors, right?
Is
so
that
the
what they
documentary,
see?
the point was to try to see.
Do we not see DSP for who he truly is through his raw content that we're watching right now?
The real me on a daily basis, what it's like to be me, what it's like to have my life, to work like I do, you know, to have this constant negative stuff going on and just ignoring it and pushing forward, you know, with my own way and just saying, fuck these people, you know? But in truth, I don't care about that. I just want to do my own thing. And I don't think that it would have helped me at all. Honestly, to be honest, I don't think a documentary like that would have helped anything.
I agree.
I think it would have been just more ammo for idiots to take from and say more horrible things because they don't care about the truth of the situation.
Right.
Even if I portrayed the truth.
Well, it's not that we don't care about the truth of the situation. It's that the truth is exactly what we think it is.
In the documentary, they don't want the truth. They want their own narrative so they can keep perpetuating the lie so they can keep making content. It's a content farm for them. So to them, anything that looks good about me, they ignore or they write off or they say it's a lie. And anything that looks bad about me, they extrapolate, they exaggerate, they go crazy for. So why give them anything more? Okay. So, guys, last chance if you want to ask me a question or if you want to contribute and get a shout out. We're just about to a third of the goal.
I'm going to skip ahead.
No one recorded anything. There was no.
Oh, this is about fucking. All right. I guess I have to let this play because I have a screenshot. So...
tournaments and on a couch and made videos of it.
Sorry. I'm not the most interested in this, but.
All right. Can we get to a third of the goal? Can we get to $50 right now before we end the podcast? And then we'll have $100 to go to get while I play Mario. That'd be great if we could. Yeah. Bean says an old FGC DSP documentary would be awesome, like Daigo, Gutex, and Mike Ross have. What's hilarious is you just named 3 people, one of which has been around in the FGC as long as me, 2 of which not even close. Gutex and Mike Ross were not a presence in the FGC until Street Fighter 4 came out. I was there in the grassroots movement of Street Fighter to begin with. I was there the day it came out in American arcades.
He was the original. He was #1, dude. He's the best. Been there since the grassroots. Completely irreplaceable figure in the community. Except everybody wanted him gone and hated his guts the whole time. Thank you, Wesley H, for the 5. saying, I'm not at the end of my rope, but also talks almost every week, or talks almost weekly about if he can't stream for a living, he'd sue detractors for stealing his views. Sure, man. Exactly. I'm not poor, but I absolutely need to make all of this money. I'm not destitute, but the second that I can't make $1, I'm gonna sue everybody. It's just cope. It's all just lying and cope so he can keep his grift going. Thank you, Wesley H, for the 5.
Was playing in tournaments since the late 90s. I was traveling and being a top player the entire first half of the 2000s, and then I was a tournament organizer after that. There's a way more to cover with me. What the fuck are you covering with Mike Ross and Gutex? That they sat there playing Street Fighter 4 in tournaments and on a couch and made videos of it? Woohoo! Nice documentary. There's way more to say about the old grassroots days of the FGC. The problem is the new guard don't care because they've only been around since Street Fighter 4, so they don't even care about the past because it doesn't affect them. They feel like that was an old day they weren't involved in. And to be quite frank with you...
Is that what it is? Or is that you're such a hateable figure that nobody wants to ever include you in any? And maybe that's part of the...
No one recorded anything. There was no... it wasn't common to bring a camcorder with you to go anywhere. So there was maybe 1 or 2 people tops who ever recorded fighting game tournaments back in the day. And I don't even know if they're still around and if they would be willing to share their archives. Like there was this one guy from the Northeast United States. His name was David Spence. He was a Super Turbo player.
We're just going to dox David Spence. Rest in peace to that guy's inbox or his emails or any accounts that he might have had with his real name on them. Thanks, DSP.
He literally would record every major East Coast tournament. He would go there with his camcorder and he would document it. The thing is, they were like his own personal records. Like, he never gave them out. He didn't digitize them and put them on the internet. They were just for him. So if anyone ever found that guy, maybe they could offer him like $5,000 to buy his entire library of tapes, and they could digitize and they could completely become a historical documentarian of the FGC back in the day in its grassroots days. But it doesn't exist.
Very arbitrary number to just throw up, by the way. Maybe you could offer him $5,000. I mean, if he's still passionate about the FGC, wouldn't he be excited to get those things out there and be willing to share those? If you were passionate enough about the old days of the FGC and making a documentary, wouldn't you be maybe willing to pay more? I mean, $5,000 is more too rich for my blood, but I don't give a fuck about it. So
you see what I'm saying? Like, all you can do is piece together things that of the old FGC via hearsay, interviews and things. There's not even, what are you going to do? Show an IRC chat room from 2003? How? No one.
Oh, we're gonna go on the SRK forums and read all of those. You fucking idiot.
That shit. You see what I'm saying? So
that's where
it's impossible to really recreate those days because no one knew there'd be interest in it. Now, who knew that fighting games would blow up and become part of esports leagues and be, big business? No one knew that back in the day. So no one basically documented anything.
I got the drip going.
All right, and so like I said, I had to let that play out because I have this screenshot. Interaction DSP had, I want to say it was about 2 days ago. So we have we've got a Super Arcade here. This is one of the old this is give me his name. This is not Jaha, but the other one. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. They'll tell me in the chat. He was on Twitter. Mike Watson, thank you. He was on Twitter talking about the time that him and Jaha the Base God himself, who was here earlier, were beefing with infamous lolcow DSP. And the film 300 had just come out, and they had a cardboard cutout of a shield, and they were bullying DSP. You guys have all seen that clip over on WPIG 1651. Very classic clip, very classic moment for DSP. But of course, DSP couldn't just let this slide. He felt like he had to be combative on Twitter for some reason. He had to get his licks in. So he said, "You bullied and physically threatened me IRL for stuff I said in an IRC chat room while drunk one night and still brag about it 20 years later?" I mean, just because it was in an IRC chat room and he was drunk doesn't necessarily, like, that doesn't get rid of all of the shitty and nasty things he was saying. Like just because you were drunk and alone and a pathetic piece of shit doesn't mean you can just say whatever. But the really fun part was easily beating you in the street or in the Super Turbo tourney just after you did all that. Good memories, old man. So obviously DSP has he thinks that he's won this exchange. He's totally dunked on Mike Watson. He'll never recover. I'm not doing a Jewish voice. This is not an anti-Semitic segment. So Mike Watson responds, "You really want to get started and talk to me directly? I called out the ugliness of your character so many years before you exposed yourself, and I was obviously spot on. But if you want to take this to another level, my door's always open. Don't ever dare speak to me again, you bitch." Now, I just think that it's very odd DSP wanted to get in on this at all, that he wanted to reopen the store, unwrap these wounds of his, and he wanted to get into this altercation because we didn't have to do this. And now he definitely looks foolish because what Mike Watson said is absolutely true and absolutely cutting, if you ask me. The fact that decades ago, literally over 20 years ago, he was able to see exactly how shitty of a person DSP is without needing all of the personal information, without needing years and years and decades of video proof and evidence that DSP is a shitty person. He could just tell from being around him and the limited interactions that they had that DSP sucked massive dicks and was awful. I just think that's scathing. It's cutting. It's ruthless. But when were these tweets from? I think they were from a couple of days ago. I want to say, unless I'm misremembering. Obviously, the screenshots say 7 hours ago, 6 hours ago, but I want to say they were from a couple of days ago. So there is that goes with the FGC talk that we just sat through there at the end. We have one more clip that I wanted to look at, and of course, it's for our third big beauty of the day. Gonna be about one Wings of Redemption himself, because apparently the collab that nobody asked for is actually on the horizon, or maybe it might be. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Code. Drip.
I'll take that now. Sorry.
I got the drip. Go.
So, folks, just to address the elephant in the room, if you're sitting in YouTube chat right now, you may or may not have realized a distinct change that just happened. For me, this just happened this morning. All of you who are sitting in YouTube chat, your names have completely changed. What do I mean by that? Well, the way it used to work in YouTube chat
about all of
was
this nonsense.
your names were whatever your name is on your channel. So if your channel name was Chris,
stupid.
I would see Chris. If your channel name was, I don't know, Original Grant, I would see Original Grant. YouTube changed that for me this morning. Right now, what I see are your @addresses and the actual name of your YouTube channel that's not the name you chose to publicly display. So, for example, here's the names I'm seeing right now in YouTube chat.
Already a crazy way to put that, by the way, because you determined your own URL when you made a YouTube channel, when you made a YouTube account. They asked you your fucking screen name. They asked you what your username or your fucking URL was going to be, and you wrote that shit in there. I don't know why we're going to pretend as though this is some sort of unprecedented idea that you're actually going to be addressed and displayed as your username, your authentic, unique ID. It's so very strange.
Support Rallyman @Apollo360SD, @ChrisFarrell9888, @DarklordSauron1, @Does This Look Normal, @DarksideBellin2, @JHFFGGGYY, @Ellipsian2838, @JohnNepper1947. Do you see my point? It used to just be Ellipsian, John Nepper. In some cases, the name of your channel, the address of your channel, is not really the name that you like to go by, but I can't see it anymore. Right here, @BattleDuck-V4FM. I know who that is. That's BattleDuck 9000. But it doesn't say that anymore. So YouTube, once again...
But he's already displayed right here in this instance that this is going to be almost not a problem for, I would venture to say, at least 50% of his audience. Because most people, when they make a display name, they make it the same as their handle. So it's not a problem. The only people that this is going to be an issue for is people who routinely change their name. And this is at the benefit of DSP, by the way, because you have to have a unique handle, and that's what's being displayed. So people can't pretend to be other people anymore, at least and look as authentic as they used to. It's less of a question. This is actually to benefit DSP, but he's going to get bent out of shape and complain about it anyway, when it's designed to help people like him.
In all of their wisdom, made a sweeping change to the website.
I don't know why it's
that
frozen.
is absolutely terrible.
It'll fix.
And never should have happened, but they're morons and they think we know better than you. And they change. Princess Luna, your name is now at Princess Luna. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. That's your name now. So understand that if in the next several days to weeks, if you guys are talking and I'm like, I'm trying to call your name and it's weird, I'm like, I can't pronounce it, or I'm confused as to who you are, please understand, it's not that I forgot who you are. It's that YouTube just changed the whole chat system on me. That's what I'm seeing right now. And there's no way to fix it. They just decided to do this overnight for me. Now, I've heard this was a change that was coming. I heard that it was a change that was in the works, and everyone was like, oh.
And him explaining this just goes to show you what he thinks of his own audience. They're the ones that are actually typing in chat. They're the ones that are seeing the other usernames that are scrolling by. They should be able to pick up on the fact that their name isn't being displayed the same, that other people's names aren't being displayed as they used to be. They should be able to put it together and understand if there's any sort of confusion on his end about who is who. Why does he have to pig-splain this to them? It doesn't make any sense unless he legitimately thinks they're stupid, which he does, but he shouldn't. Well, okay, maybe he should because they are, but I think it's rude, I should say. He shouldn't because it's rude and it's disrespectful. Thank you, Sergeant Fam Bro. I appreciate the 7 months. Thank you, thank you.
We're against it, but YouTube doesn't care. They do whatever they want because they think they're smarter than you. Again, I want to reiterate that. I'm not even kidding. That's why everyone who's there, they actually think they're smarter than us. We're the people who use the site every day. I'm the person who's used the site for 17 years for my job, but the people there think they know the site better than me. So they, oh no, trust us, this will be better. No, it's not. I want to see the names you guys use on YouTube and to be addressed by. I don't want to see a bunch of fucking random dashes, numbers, letters. In some cases, the names I'm seeing aren't even the names you went by. I think Isna is here, but your channel is like FFGGGZZ, so I don't even know your name is Isna anymore.
Then that's the fucking fault of the chatter, dude. That's the dented-ass fans that you have that decided to put their fucking handle as random nonsense instead. They didn't have the forethought that maybe it would be useful to have a handle that's actually fucking legible. Whose fault is that but their own? They fucking made it.
You know? So FYI, guys, that's what's going on. And again, I apologize. Obviously, I don't want to lose that connection that I have with you guys on YouTube because I don't even recognize who you are. I don't want to lose that connection. But YouTube changed this morning. And by the way, did they tell anyone this change was coming? No. Did they warn everyone? No. Did they do a dry run to test it? No.
They don't have to.
They just launched the change. Oh, well, you deal with it. Oh, it's not working? Oh, too bad. That's YouTube. 17 years on the site, that's exactly the treatment that I've gotten every single day I've been on the site. They just don't care about anything.
Dude, I actually imagine the fucking nonsense you would have to go through working at a place like this if they genuinely wanted you to roll out and test every single update like this on shit that should make no difference. Absolutely nobody should give a shit how their name is displayed unless they are somebody, in which case their handle should be what their fucking name is. And again, you can change it whenever you would like. And he's going to say that multiple times throughout this incredibly long fucking segment before we ever get to talking about wings, unfortunately.
Oh, well, we're smarter than you. Oh, okay. If you say so.
Also, yeah, he did just say that they didn't warn anybody, but just 2 minutes ago, he said that this was an update that they had been talking about for a while now.
Now, that is correct. Late Note just made a point and said, well, I guess this is going to stop impersonators. Absolutely correct. For example, recently, we had some impersonators that were coming by and very badly impersonating certain people. And because of that, you know, I didn't even know if the person talking was the true person or not. Now, I should be able to recognize the real person, okay? Because I'm going to see the actual real channel name now, and it should be okay. But I'm going to have to relearn everyone's name. That's the problem. Like, who was it? Extreme Machine has been coming by recently to help out with very, like, hard-to-find stuff in Silksong, because now we're in Silksong Act 3, and some of the most cryptic stuff is going on. Right. So Extreme Machine's been helping me with that. And now there's been trolls going by and using that same exact name to impersonate them and say stupid shit. But now once I see Extreme Machine in chat and I see their real channel, we should never have that problem again. I'll instantly recognize an imposter. Okay?
Right, so this is a good thing.
So here's the thing. I get why people, I get why YouTube is doing it. It's just the worst possible implementation they could do.
What do you want them to fucking do about it? They either make the change or they don't make the change. Those are the options. You wanted them to do it for half of the people and not the other half? You wanted to display both of them for 2 weeks as a transitionary period? What the fuck is the expectation? What is actually a winning condition in DSP's mind for this scenario? I couldn't imagine. I don't know what it could be.
They easily could have thought of something better or different or more original. They could have gotten feedback from the people who use the site, but instead they just said, fuck it. Flip the switch. We know better. So I'm sorry for that,
stupid.
okay? So let's say good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone. We've got JHFFGGGYY. We've got Chris. We got Support Rally Man, Dark Lord Sauron, Gameplay. Who do we got? Legenius Wisdom Williams, XDGGGXD. You see what I'm saying? Buckwell, how are you? He says start the game. No. Quiet, Buckwell. Quiet over there. Stop getting so
shut the
uppity
fuck
over
up,
there,
Cuckwell.
All right.
Send some fucking
discuss.
money next time.
All right.
Dumbass.
So thanks
got him.
for the early, thank you so much for the early support. Now, today's the premiere of Tormented Souls, obviously, right? It sure would be great if today we could get some good support and we can hit the goal. We are at 3 out of 10 goals. What is DSP Tries It coming up? I'll tell you what it is. It is Domino's Pizza. For the first time in over a decade, I'm going to do Domino's Pizza. I'm excited because I haven't had it. Hopefully something that we order will be good. We're at 3. If we have a good day today, we hit the goal on this stream, we hit the goal tonight for Gaiden 4, we'll be at 5. We'll be halfway there. Then we can maybe do it around Tuesday-ish. That'd be perfect.
I don't even fucking like Domino's all that much. It really is the most mid-tier fast food pizza place. And the fact that DSP said it was the first one that you think of when you think of fast food pizza is insane to me.
Okay, so let's go. Let's get support for today's stream. Let's hit that goal. Let's get it going for DSP Tries It. All right. Darth Fig, which, by the way, his name is now displayed as @DarthFig6027. I'll just call him Darth Fig. Thank you.
You could have done that from the beginning. You could have did the same thing with Princess Luna, except you wanted to act like an asshole.
For the early support before we start the game.
All right, wanted to
let's
make
get
it a
to the
problem.
topic at hand. Let's get to the topic everyone wants me to address. You guys have been asking me about this for 2 days. All right. So all of a sudden, out of the blue, a couple days ago, Wings of Redemption randomly said in the middle of his stream, out of nowhere, oh, well,
I'm actually surprised at how much that was cut down. Big up Snort Hogan, because I shit you not, that really was like a 15 to 20 minute segment for the guy talking about the names, where he just kept repeating himself. And in this version, it was only 8 minutes. So, like I said, big up Snort Hogan for that fucking cut. I didn't preemptively think about this and do it myself. So
probably mentioned this during a stream where I've got more attendance, but let me just start talking about it. I'm going to appear, but I can't speak. I'm going to appear on Phil's show on Monday. So anyone who wants to see me hang out with Phil on Monday, that's happening. Okay. And then again, apparently last night, Wings was playing Battlefield 6, and he mentioned it again. He said, yeah, on Monday, I'm going to be on Phil's show. All right. But the weird thing is that he's not giving many details or anything about it, right? He's just randomly mentioning this as a one-off quick thing. And so a lot of people, I guess, are dismissing it and saying, it's obviously he's just talking out of his ass, or, if Phil has said a million times that if Phil is going to be involved in anything, whether he's going to appear on a show or someone's going to appear on his show, or there's going to be some kind of an event, DSP will bring it up. And DSP has said multiple times in the past, don't believe anything anyone else says, because a lot of people just talk. You'll hear it from him first. So that's why I think a lot of people have been like, this isn't a big deal. We don't really need to bring it up. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So.
Right. So is it true or not? Why don't you just cut to the fucking chase?
Here's the deal. Here's what's actually going on. Let me explain to everyone to get it out in there publicly in the air. You know me. I don't talk about anything unless it's ready to go. It's locked in and guaranteed and exciting. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you guys, if I had told you about all stuff that I've worked on in the last year and a half, you'd probably be very disappointed. It was
yeah, because it all fucking sucked. If you had preemptively hyped up anything that you've done in the past year, everyone would have been disappointed because all of it was terrible and not worth anybody's time. I agree wholeheartedly. Thank you, DSP, for the honesty.
A lot of people I was talking with who I thought would be on the show, who I thought I could do some content with, and none of it worked out. And I've told you why. Several people who actually were very interested in working with me then found out about Kiwi Farms. Okay, I'm just being honest here. Kiwi Farms, the website full of degenerates and mentally ill people who literally will dox the living shit out of anyone who has involvement with me or other people who they have termed lolcows for literally no reason. It serves no purpose. It doesn't hurt me, but they will do this. So multiple people who I've tried to work with over the last year to year and a half have said,
Uh-huh.
we'd like to work with you. The content sounds like a great idea, but we just can't take the chance that ourselves, our viewers, our family members, our moderators are all going to get doxxed on Kiwi Farms. So therefore, we can't work with you.
Okay, so then the Kiwi Farms do hurt you. The agricultural website does actually have an impact on your business, and once again, the content that you can and can't make, and the guests that you can and can't have, is once again a troll, detractor, W, however you want to call it, and everything he says about the Kiwi Farms not harming him nor his business is inherently untrue, and he just said so.
That's not a lie. That's not an exaggeration. That happened 3 different times in the last year from people who I want to collab with. Okay.
Right. It happened on 3 separate occasions. His content was held back because of the Kiwi Farms. So big ups to farms, I suppose.
And I never said the word Kiwi Farms. They did. That's how infamous it's become. You know, so when you say, oh, website like that, oh, it's fine, it's not harmful. No, it absolutely is 100%. Absolutely is a horrible place, and it shouldn't exist. Okay. Now,
Yeah, there's some good reading on there. Come on, man.
in regards to what's going on with Wings, okay? The reason that you have not heard me bring this up whatsoever is because it's not a lock. Nothing has been solidified. Nothing has been set in stone. Nothing has been scheduled, okay? Here's what's been going on. As you know, and I've talked about this publicly for a while now, for a long time, I tried to get Wings of Redemption to do something with me, whether it was just appear on a show, for an interview, for a
gotta do a history segment. You guys gotta know from fucking 3000 BC to now, my personal interactions with Wings of Redemption, because I can't just fucking tell you what's happening. I have to give you the whole rundown from beginning to end. Oh my god.
Cast, hell, to team up and do some gaming together, whatever it may be. And every time that I made the attempt, here's what would happen, okay? Either I would be completely and utterly ghosted, where I would get no response whatsoever, or I would initially get a response, and he would seem interested, only for him to later on then ghost me. And the weirdest part about it was, he would talk about it publicly in his own content. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do stuff with Phil. Like years ago, he said, oh yeah, I'm gonna play Battlefield with Phil, and I'm gonna do this and that. And it wasn't Battlefield, I think it was Call of Duty or whatever.
Right.
But the weirdest part was, he never spoke to me about this stuff. He would just talk about it on his own streams, right? Then I would try to reach out to him, and he would ghost me.
Mm-hmm. We've been
Now,
here. We know
a year
this.
ago, okay, I had reached out to both Wings of Redemption and Boogie to be potential guests for the Level 1 podcast when I was trying to get guests for the show. This was last fall, okay? Both initially seemed interested. Both responded and seemed interested.
Both.
But then all of a sudden, Wings stopped responding, and I'm not even kidding you. Like, Keemstar was like, oh, well, you got to have Boogie on first. What do you mean I got to have Boogie on
What?
first? Like, I should have whoever I want on my show on first. But it seemed like, I don't know if it was a situation where Boogie just really wanted to be on my show. And so he was like, going with his boss, Keem, and be like, listen, I really want to go on Phil's show first. Can you make that happen? I'm not sure what it was, okay? But anyway, I was basically outright overtly told, the only way you'll ever have Wings of Redemption on your show is if you have Boogie on first.
And that should have been the end of the conversation right there. If the ESP had any sort of dignity, if he really valued being his own boss, making his own schedule, doing his own streams, being the dictator of his own destiny, he would have told Keem, he would have told Wings, he would have told Boogie to fuck right off the edge of a cliff. He's not listening to shit they have to say. They can go fuck themselves. He will not be dictated to, and they can jump. But instead of doing that, he decided to try and listen to Daddy Keem. He tried to fucking touch butts with the other fat lol cows on the internet.
It was when I asked you guys a year ago, are you interested in having Boogie on the show? You guys said, no, we're not. If you remember, that was the breakout scandal where it was revealed that he had been lying about having cancer for a long time to try to strum up sympathy from his viewers and try to raise funds. And people were just disgusted with the guy. They wanted nothing whatsoever to do with him. They were like, no, we just don't want to keep this guy on your show. We don't think it's going to add anything. We don't think the conversation will be interesting. So I listened to feedback. I was like, all right, if you guys don't want it, then I won't do it. So basically I said, forget it. I don't want Boogie on the show. If you remember, we were even talking about doing it, and he was not even capable of like sending me a Discord information so I could add him to the Discord.
So in one sentence, he'll tell you, you guys told me you didn't want the content. It wasn't going to be interesting. He was going to be low energy, would have nothing to talk about. You weren't interested. So we decided not to do it. But then goes on to continue to tell you that he kept messaging Boogie and kept trying to schedule it anyway. and that Boogie was incapable of ever hitting him back up or responding in a timely manner. So which one is it, DSP? Did you listen to your fans because they didn't want that content and you didn't want to give them shit? Or did you continue to try only for it to not work out in your favor despite your best efforts, and you had to turn tail and pretend like it was your decision the whole time?
And then trying to schedule when he was going to come on. It was like seriously, it was like the biggest hardship and endeavor. Now, the funny thing is, let's see. I was easily able to appear on Kino Casino multiple times. They appeared on my content multiple times, fine. We had no problem getting June the King to show up, Sluttering Craig to show up. I'm not a hard guy to work with. You just have to have, like, common sense and some basic intelligence and some work ethic.
If I recall correctly, all of those people that he just listed have talked explicitly about how difficult it is to work with DSP and how you can only contact him from this time to this time. You can only do it through emails. How he's not interested in doing pretty much anything outside of his realm of comfortable content. You can't get him to do anything interesting or do any sort of bits. So yes, it absolutely is difficult to work with, and they've explicitly stated as such. But we're going to lie to you right now and pretend that that is not the case.
And sadly, I hate to say it, but I think some
Very
people just
cool.
don't. And so after, like, going through hoops to try to talk to Boogie to get him on the show, I had enough. I said, I just don't care anymore. I just lost complete interest. Like, I don't give a shit. My audience doesn't want it. I'm tired of working with this guy because he's fucking so disorganized. Enough. So I just completely got rid of the whole idea. And that was that. Now, over the last year, I have made attempts from time to time to reach out to Wings of Redemption again and say, hey, just so you know, if you're ever interested.
Continuing to extend that olive branch despite being put off and ghosted like some sort of desperate girl, going for her ideal dream bad boy, right? Constantly reaching out to this person that very clearly has no actual interest in dealing with them, has no interest in collabing with them in any sort of legitimate capacity. Continuing to reach out, though. How sad. How desperate.
The door is still open.
He's
blah, blah, blah.
pathetic.
All right? But finally, I just got fed up because it was a couple months ago, 2-3 months ago, I would say. And I had made, like, a final attempt, and I'm like, dude, you've been, like, ignoring me for, like, a year. And the funny part is when he talks about me in his content, it's always usually positive. Yeah, he'll make a little joke here or there, right? But for the most part, it's positive stuff. People say, would you work with Phil? Yeah, I would. Then why doesn't he ever respond, right? Ever. He just ghosts me, but he talks publicly, but then he ghosts, right?
He's a lol cow.
So finally, recently,
I don't understand how DSP doesn't understand that lolcows are inherently difficult to work with because they think that the world revolves around them. It's one of the, like, key lolcow traits is how self-absorbed they are, and that self-absorption inherently leads to an inability to work with or around other people in a timely manner. It just is the way that it is. I don't know how he doesn't understand this. He's been in this space for how long? He's been on the internet for how long?
I was watching some of the detractor content about him. I'm not going to lie.
Of course,
because I'm curious, what is it that these detractors have about this guy that they hate so much, right?
So you're not supposed to watch DSP detractor content, but he is allowed to watch detractor content on other people, like LTG, like Boogie, like Wings. All of that is allowed and accurate and justifiable and true even, but not his detractors. They all lie, obviously.
And admittedly, he has some mannerisms that are kind of odd and weird. Things
out
that
my
he says
fellow
and
finger
does, the ways that he
sniffers.
behaves, okay? There's ongoing, just like with me, there's ongoing themes of reasoning that his trolls say about him that they all latch onto. It's kind of samey stuff. What I mean
Like
by
when he
that is,
pushed his
if you
wife
take a look
over?
at detractors' content for anyone on the internet, whether it's me, whether it's LTG, whether it's Wings, whether it's Boogie, whether it's, everyone has these detractors. They all kind of just latch on to these memes, right? These dumb memes.
Because they're
And
funny.
to be honest, if you just watch the videos and you see them for what they really are, videos that are going to expose some, weaknesses of the person, but if you realize that it's not like the end of the world and you can just have a laugh at the videos, then it's great. It's fine. The problem is there's people who just obsess over this shit. They do, and they go crazy. And the next thing,
But why doesn't he have this opinion about his own detractors? Why are his detractors crack snapping and fucking popping over here and completely unhinged weirdos that have no social life and no family and da-da-da-da-da? But Wings trolls, LTG trolls, their content is totally meaningful and robust. It's totally not harmful. It doesn't get under the other lolcows' skins whatsoever. It's obviously very kind-hearted and totally not an issue whatsoever. Why is that the case?
they're wishing harm and horrible things on people on the internet, which is fucked up beyond belief. That never should get to that level, but it does. And that's what's sad, is that people can't tell the difference. Like, I truly feel like maybe these people maybe don't like Wings, all right? But they don't want him to be murdered. They don't want him to completely go bankrupt and end up in the streets.
Then why did they swat him X amount of times? Then why did they send all of those prostitutes to his house, knowing that when you fuck with prostitutes, oftentimes it becomes a problem involving a pimp? If they don't want to see him hurt, if they don't genuinely hate him and want to see him, whatever, then why do they do these things, DSP? They don't do them to you. None of that happens to DSP Space Gaming. They take Wings trolling up that extra notch, but somehow they're still better than DSP trolls. They still like Wings more than detractors like DSP. Make it make sense, man.
They just wish that he would improve. And that's the thing, that they make the case he never improves, okay? So anyway, after having watched some of this guy's content, I saw him repeatedly.
Didn't they get fired? Didn't they get Wings fired from his Uber job? I believe it was DoorDash or Uber Eats. Maybe it was Uber technically then. But yes, they absolutely did. When he was getting side income doing that instead of streaming, they contacted the business and got him fired, of course.
He say stuff like, I hate playing games on the internet. I really wish I didn't have to do it, but this is how I make my living. You know, he quit LolCow Live. Then he went back. First he got fired from LolCow Live. Then he went back. Then he quit. Then he's in limbo. Then he's gone again. And I just keep seeing him say stuff in his content. Like he wishes that he could do a show where he could talk with someone about stuff, but it's not a show that he had to set up, but instead he could just be there as a guest. And I'm thinking, this is literally what we could have done years ago. What I wanted to do with the guy. Like I said, let's have a show. I have a show. I literally have the show. All he has to do is show up for it.
Mm-hmm.
But he never does. He just ghosts me, right?
You guys are saying that Wings got what was coming to him. He was showing personal information, door dashing, or somebody had said that he was doxing people when he was doing it. I don't know that any of that is the case. I don't detract Wings like that. I don't really keep up with them because he is very boring more often than not. I was just pointing out that DSP's trolls and his detractors are far more tame, and somehow DSP just can't see that. He doesn't understand.
So I made like one final effort a couple weeks ago. All right, I unblocked him first of all because remember I'd been pissed that he had been ghosting me for so long, and then remember he had responded to me like a month and a half ago and said, "Oh, I'll be on your show now, and by the way, I'm sorry that I never responded to you, but it was all because Keemstar told him to." Keemstar was looking for more guests and more content for LolCow Live, which has been drying up recently. So he just did what he was told. And that pisses me off. It really does. When you'll only talk to me when you get told by your boss to do it. You won't just do it as like a real person. That's so disingenuous, right?
Yeah. That's how unlikable and how far away people want to stay with you. That unless they're forced to interact with DSP, they don't want to do it. There's no benefit to it. As a matter of fact, it's probably only going to draw more ire. Yeah, that is exactly the situation that DSP is in 100%. Yeah.
So finally I unblocked him and I sent a message and I said, I really feel like you're stuck and if we just work together, it could be something interesting and original and fun. I don't know why you've ghosted me and disrespected me for all these years. So he finally responded. He basically said to me that he's been going through depression. He's still going through depression.
And
that's the reason why he treats me like that. Now, I can tell you guys something. I've gone through depression. I know what it's like. When you're depressed, you feel like you don't deserve anything. You feel like you're not good enough for anything. You feel like
fucking actual bait devoured. No doubt about it there. We bought the I was depressed, that's why I couldn't respond to your message fucking response from Wings of Redemption. Are we fucking serious?
You're the dirt on the bottom of everyone else's shoe. And if anything,
he'll just fucking eat up any excuse possible if it gets him the outcome that he wants, doesn't he?
Positive comes up for you. A lot of the times, completely inexplicably, you will ruin that opportunity. You will treat the person being nice to you like dirt because you feel like you don't deserve to be treated nicely. Okay? I've done it. I know for a fact in my past, I have done that.
I know. I was depressed.
Because I was depressed. There was entire friendships I literally broke off and ended for no reason. Okay? So coming from that position myself.
Like who? Like John Rambo? You like Howard? Is that what we're going to try and pretend you broke those relationships off because you were depressed? When the reality is those people didn't want to hear from you anyway? They were ghosting you? They didn't want to see your name pop up in their messages? We're going to pretend like that was a choice now that we made simply because in the middle of a drunken fucking state, in the middle of the night, DSP deleted John Rambo's number and never remembered it again. That's enough for DSP to try and qualify that he broke those relationships off. Okay.
So
All right.
when
That's
he
fine.
said that, I kind of understood what he was saying. At the same time, this isn't like, oh, he did it once, he did it twice. It's weird how it's wishy-washy, okay? So basically, he said that to me, and I went back to him, and we had a little bit of a conversation back and forth.
Yeah, I know they said that they were open to a call, but that doesn't necessarily, well, I guess maybe it does. However you want to qualify. I don't want to sit here and play semantics. I would say if people are open to a call and actively not reaching out to you in any sort of capacity and haven't for a decade, that was not your decision. That's just the way that I would see it.
And after that conversation, we basically ended it at, well, why don't we just hang out? Why don't we just have a stream where we just chill, where we just have a conversation? It doesn't have to be long. It could be 45 minutes. It could be 2 hours. Depends on how long we want it to go. But why don't we just chill and see what happens? People have been asking for DSP and Wings to do something for years and years and years and years. People just want to see us have a conversation because we never have. Do you know that, right?
What are you going to talk about? Yeah, well, Super Motion City in chat is saying talk about nothing, and that's exactly what they would talk about. They're going to talk about what? Playing Call of Duty and being trolled online. Maybe they can talk about Keemstar and working at LolCow Live if he wants, but DSP's not going to be interested in that long enough anyway because it doesn't have to do with him. So what are they going to talk about?
The two of us have never once spoken to each other. There's been a few texts back and forth and emails back and forth, and that's it. There's been no actual back and forth conversation between us ever in history. He's talked about me a ton, but we've never had this conversation, okay? So basically, I proposed this to him. He seems to like the idea, all right? So I said, well, we talked about scheduling or whatever. Initially, I actually wanted to have him on this week. He said, no, I want to go on next week. I said, well, I'm not going to push him. I'm not going to try to rush him and scare him away. Fine, if he wants to do it next week, we can do it next week. I'm okay with that.
Well, it shouldn't be about pushing him or rushing him. If he's not fucking available, he's not fucking available, dude. Like, and this is the ill mind of DSP here. The fact that he even thought that there was an option to tell someone that they should do it, earlier than they're available. Fuck me, man. This is why it's difficult to work with DSP, because you could tell him, hey, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna come on your show next Monday, works best for me. And he's like, well, I really think that maybe you should come on sooner than that. Like, what are you fucking talking? I just told you, fucking ignoramus, when I was available. Fuck you. All right, I'm getting hostile. That's my bad. I'm being toxic.
We talked about days, and it looks like maybe Monday of next week would be the best day for him. Okay. I told him the times I stream. All right. I basically told him what I would like to do is to have him on during the time frame when I would do the Level 1 podcast. So basically, it would just be a special edition of the show where we'll have him on as a guest. Okay. And there is no specific topic. It is not, oh, we're going to have you on and we got to talk about this and drama. And it's nothing like that at all. It's just supposed to be a hangout session. Now, we might very well get into dramatic topics. I don't know. Okay. I know immediately every time I bring this guy's name up, I get people say, what about when he pushed his wife down and shit like that?
Right. Like, what about that?
I don't even really know about that. I've seen it. Everyone's seen the clip.
Right.
But I have never seen it in context. I don't watch LolCow.
What context could that be acceptable? I just don't understand what could be going through his mind that there would ever be a context where pushing your wife down in that manner is acceptable. Like, even if you were doing it for a TV show, like a scripted, like, sitcom or something, the way that was done would be unacceptable. That would be like a malpractice of an actor or some bullshit like that. Like, that is genuinely unsafe and unacceptable. There is not a context in which that is okay. So what are we fucking playing pretend for over here?
Content, I'm never going to. So I don't actually know what really happened there. He absolutely, positively says he did not intentionally knock his wife down. It was an accident and she was fine and she was upset with him after the fact. It was just a mistake.
Okay, so if I strike my wife and she says that she's okay with it afterwards, does that make the strike okay? Does that not still make me a bad person? If I didn't mean to strike her and she said it was cool after, or we're all kosher after that, that's acceptable? I don't think so, man. I genuinely don't know how you could ever try and justify that in any capacity. That is fucked.
I don't know. But a lot of people are saying don't have him on the show because he knocked his wife down. You know, I'm sure a lot of people can say, don't have Darkside Phil on your show because he charged $1,000 to show his cat on stream and he plays WWE Champions.
Right. Well, that would be a legitimate justification if you don't want to encourage scamming behavior. This is all real justifications for not having people. I agree.
I don't know. You know, it's hard because I've come from that position too, where people say the dumbest shit, and I know this stuff is just so stupid, but people actually like listen to it and believe it, and then hate me for it. You know? Right.
DSP comparing himself to a domestic abuser, unironically, with no shame. Who would have thought? Who could have guessed?
So anyway, I would love to just have him on the show, have a conversation with him. Again, whether it's a half an hour, whether it's 2 hours, I don't know how it's going to go. It could be the most boring conversation in human history. It could be a very interesting conversation, depending on the topics we talk about, what we have to say. I don't know, right? And I just want to, like I said, I've been open to giving stuff chances. I've been trying, but people won't work with me, not because of me, but because of the troll element. Because
which is inherently a part of you in everything you do from now until the end of time. So it is a part of you that whether he likes it or not, detractors are a part of him.
Of getting harassed online, getting doxxed online, they don't want to be a part of anything with me, and that's not my fault. There's nothing I can do about that. In this case, Wings have literally been trolled just as much as me, so I don't think that he's really afraid of that. Okay. Now, you might say, well, if all this is true, Phil, why are you only bringing it up now? Why didn't you tell us all along? Why didn't you even say anything yet? Why is Wings talking about this in his content, but you're not talking about it in yours? All right. It's pretty simple. I don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. Right. I don't want to tell you that I'm gonna
like that Beyond Two Souls playthrough that we hyped up and then inevitably didn't do because we didn't want our wife being called fat. I would hate to overpromise and underdeliver, you guys.
Have a guest on my show until it is a lock. Okay? Because imagine, like I said, there were 3 or 4 different people who either were slated to be on my show or who I was going to do collaborative work with last year. Okay? And then they all canceled because they were all afraid of being harassed online by crazy people on kiwi farms. And this is not me trying to scapegoat. This is exactly what happened. 3 different people said I can't do it because I found out about the shit that happens on kiwi farms and I can't be involved in that. So
also, how fucking soft and normie were the people that DSP was trying to collaborate with that they have just now discovered that the farms exist? Where do they hang out on the internet that they had never heard about lol cows and the kiwi farms, where I believe the most aggregate information about lol cows exists? How did they just find this out? What rock have they been living under? I mean, like TikTok, one of the most prominent platforms with the youth that it exists, has their own lol cows that I believe have their own spaces on the kiwi farms. So what fucking turbo normies was he trying to get into bed with?
In this case, I don't want to tell you guys he's coming on the show until we have 100% secured every single thing needed to have him on the show, and it's locked in. So what's the status right now? Here's the status. About 3 days ago, maybe 2.5, okay?
Right.
I last talked to him, and where we were at was, send me your Discord info so I can send you a Discord invite. That way we'll be on each other's friends list. Then let's lock in the exact time that you're going to appear, and then I'll talk about the show, okay? He sends me his Discord info. I send him the invite. That was over 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't added me to Discord. He hasn't responded. I went back to him again and said, hey, did you get my Discord invite? Hasn't responded.
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
Don't know what time he's going to be on the show. Like, do you see my point? Does it sound familiar? It sounds like exactly what happened with Boogie. You know what I'm saying?
Then why are we talking about it right now? If we didn't want to talk about it till it was locked in, we didn't want to underpromise and overdeliver, then why are we addressing it right now? Why? Like, I understand that Wings had said something about it, and obviously DSP was going to be asked about it, but this segment could have been as short as, I don't know yet, guys. He hasn't actually responded back to me. If that's what he is saying, then he needs to tell me that in DMs. I'm unsure as of right now. And then move on with the segment. But instead, we've hyped this up. We've given the entire fucking history just to ultimately say, I don't know if it's happening or not because he's ghosting me again. Awesome.
Like, they're interested. They really want to do it. But then when I try to get the details locked in, where are they? It's been over 2 days. He's not talking. And before you say, oh, he's been sleeping for 2 days like Swaggy just said, no, he's streaming. So is he, again, purposefully dodging me.
He's like the Hawk Tua girl. He's still sleeping. Don't worry about it.
Because now he's having second thoughts. That doesn't make sense because he's literally saying in these streams that he's going to be on the show on Monday. Now, all I can do is guess. Here's my guess. Wings and Boogie are the kind of people who literally wait till the last minute for everything. They literally just go to the absolute last minute procrastination. Okay? In Wings' mind, he doesn't have to actually add me on Discord or tell me what time he's going to be on the show until 5 minutes before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe
absolutely.
I'm wrong. Okay?
They've spent their entire life on the internet with no boss and no actual dictation as to what they have to do in any sort of timely manner. Obviously, that's how they function. You knew that before today, and we're acting surprised now. Why? Why are we acting so ignorant?
But it seems like to me that's how these people are. That's not how I am, okay? I have a very analytical planning mindset. I like to have my schedule
very
laid
analytical.
out throughout the entirety of a...
That's why every lie that DSP has basically ever told unravels within the first 5 minutes, because he's got such an intricate analyzing style mind. He's basically fucking Sherlock Holmes.
Week. Okay,
he's gonna go into his fucking
I like to have my
mind
schedule
palace.
completely laid out, so I know what I'm doing when I'm doing it. I literally have
I'm dropping F-bombs a lot, and I shouldn't be doing that. That's it's a bad look.
Plastered all over my channel, my X account.
Vulgarity is
You guys
not a
know
fill-in for
where I'm
it.
going to be and what I'm going to be doing at almost all times for about a week. Okay? Now, those things change from time to time. But hey, at least you know. And people have praised me over the years, saying, listen, you can hate on Phil and say his content sucks, but no one's going to say that guy doesn't work a lot and work hard. He's got a set schedule. He's there for that schedule. He's got the content he promises.
I would say the DSP doesn't work hard. Yeah, with 100% without a doubt. DSP does not work hard. Absolutely not. That doesn't... He's never worked hard in his entire life.
He doesn't overpromise and underdeliver. I'm not one of these people that, I just randomly turned my stream on. Everyone rushed to the stream. No, you know when my stream is on. That's why every time I turn on my stream...
On a daily fucking basis, dude, I am constantly at awe at DSP's inability to show up on time. I'm not even fucking joking. I'm like, oh, great. You know, it's 2:30 Eastern time. The guy's about to start. And sometimes I'm left sitting there listening to raw Phil music for 15 to 20 minutes at a time because he refuses to show up to a show that used to start at 2:15. That used to start closer to 2 o'clock. How the fuck can you pretend to sit here and say you show up every day, you know when I'm going to be here and that I'm going to be streaming, when it's just not true? He's late every day.
I have consistent viewership. That's something that I think a lot of people need to learn. If you actually want to get consistent viewership and consistent support, then you have to be consistent. Because it comes hand in hand. Your consistency, you'll get consistent results if you're consistent. Okay? So... in regards to this situation, I don't have Wings on my Discord yet. I don't have a guaranteed time he's showing up. Therefore, I haven't announced his appearance.
Except you just
That's
did.
how I am. But now he's talking about it so much, I had to address it on my show. Now, by the way, I have absolutely no hard feelings and no ill will towards him because of this. I wish that he had the same kind of mind that I do, the analytical, planning out style mind. Like I said, I literally have an outline of shit. Like when I have a day off, I'm not shitting you. When I have a day off,
right?
Okay, I plan the shit I'm doing during the day. What do we got to do today? Oh, we got to go to Costco. We got to go to the grocery store. We got to go to the pet store. We got to go over here and do this. What are we going to do this? What about dinner? Well, what food is in the area that we're going to be in that day for dinner? So let's now weigh and balance the different places that we could eat. Oh man, we just had Mexican food a couple weeks ago, so we can't do that. So instead, maybe we could do this or this.
This is autism, by the way. For like planning your day out and understanding your responsibilities for the day and when you're going to do them is not autism. That's totally normal brain thinking. That's fine. But this over-analyzation of what food are we going to eat? Well, we just had Mexican food, so we can't do that. Like that is actually a problem. That is not a healthy mind. You have something wrong with you right there, bro. It shouldn't be that way. It just shouldn't.
That's how my mind works. And for some people, that might sound crazy. It might drive you nuts. Like, why does your mind work like that? Don't you ever do anything sporadic? Oh, I do. There's certainly times where I'm just driving around. Oh, there's something interesting. Let's just check that out. But for the most part, that's how my mind has always worked.
You're saying he's baiting, but like, is making yourself look stupider? Am I falling for bait if that's the case? You know what they say about people who pretend to be retarded? Only retards do that. I think that's the case here.
It's planning everything out You know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. And that's how I like to run my business. So that's why you don't hear me casually saying, oh yeah, Wings is going to be on, because he hasn't been locked yet. He's not a locked appearance. He apparently thinks he is, even though he's not on my Discord, and we don't even have a time frame yet that he's showing up on Monday. But, you know. So anyway, that's what's going on.
All right.
So here's
Very
the thing.
cool.
I would absolutely, positively love to have him on the show on Monday, just to hang out. Just a hangout session. Whatever topic comes up, comes up. Okay? But
So much for that deep analytical style fucking mind there, DSP. You don't have any topics that you're going to talk about. You haven't sorted out what sort of commonalities you have between the two of you. You haven't compared and contrasted your begacies together so that you have talking points. What happened to all of that? I think if you truly have an analytical style fucking mind where you plan everything out, that would be the case, no? Oh no, we just fucking make shit up to make ourselves sound as dumb as possible.
at the same time,
Jesus.
I don't know what's going to happen because we haven't locked it in yet. So he can talk about it as much as he wants on his own streams, but until
Yeah, a docket for the fucking podcast. Exactly. Like, this guy shows up every day and tells you he doesn't know what he's going to talk about, that he has one or two things, and that he's just going to wing it for the rest of it. We're going to do a fucking Q&A or whatever, in which he has nothing to say anyway. But then has the audacity to tell you that he fucking pre-plans everything, and he's super set up and scheduled, and knows exactly what's going to go on. Like, it's all lies. It's all bullshit.
he responds to me, the person who runs this show, nothing is set yet. Okay, he needs to add me on Discord, and he needs to say, okay, I'm going to show up at this time, because here's what I would like to do. Start the show like I usually do around 11:30. Do about a half an hour build-up. Get you guys all hyped up for his appearance till like noonish. Then around noon, get him on the show, have him hang out for about an hour, hour and a half, and then after that, do our usual decompression, where we hang out for like an hour and we talk about what just happened. I answer.
I'm so fucking sick of pretending like we have to have a fucking emotional breakdown with our audience in order to, after just having a normal style conversation with an individual. This is insane thinking. Only internet weirdos behave this way. To think that you would have to talk to somebody for an hour and a half, and then decompress from that, what are you fucking talking about?
Questions.
What a waste
I do shout outs because here's the
It's literally just so that he can talk shit about his guests after they leave, by the way. That's all that is. A decompression segment just means everything I couldn't say to my guest's face, I'm going to say after they're gone.
thing. If he's on the show, all right, it's going to be him and me hanging out. It's not going to be him and me and giant pop-ups coming on the screen of trolls trying to fuck with this guy or anything. No, he's giving me his attention. He's giving me his time. That's a valuable asset. Therefore, I give him my respect. So there will not be pop-ups. There will not be bullshit going on. I won't be doing shout-outs. It's just going to be him and me hanging out.
He wants the money. You guys are right. It's part money, too.
After that ends,
Craig
all right?
made too much money. ESP has to
Now,
copy.
also, the crazy stuff that people are saying, oh, this will lead to content, and this will lead to this and that, and this will lead, it won't lead, I don't know what's going to lead to anything, all right? Just to be honest with you. Like, I just want to hang out with the guy and just see how it goes, because for years and years and years, people have said you guys should hang out and have a conversation or whatever, and we've never done it, right? So this may be a first step towards something greater. This may be a one and done. No one knows, right? Every time.
Imagine thinking you're setting yourself up for something greater by getting Wings on the show. Just fucking imagine you think that Wings is your fucking ticket to the big time. Come on, man. Thank you, XJS, for the 10 Ron, saying he should decompress Cat, SMH. You know, with as big as she is, I bet her spine could use a good decompression. That's a lot of weight compressing on her spine. Probably could be decompressed. It would feel pretty good. Go to a chiropractor or something. That's a good idea, XJS. You're trolling, but it's true.
I did an interview last year. I had no clue how it was going to go, and they all went different directions, right? I think, no exaggeration, like every single interview I did went differently than probably how originally I thought it was going to go. I thought the Keemstar interview would be completely contentious. It was completely the opposite. I thought with Stuttering Craig, by the end of the interview, we were going to bury the hatchet, and literally it went completely the opposite way.
Yeah, you told him to fuck himself and then hung up because you knew you were going to get dicked down.
You know? So
embarrassing. Pathetic.
Who knows? You know? What would I like this to be? I would like to just hang out with Wings for about an hour, have a good time, talk about various topics, get his opinions on stuff, I'll give my opinion on stuff. Maybe we'll find some common ground. Maybe we'll completely disagree on certain topics as well. Maybe we'll give each other advice. Maybe we'll laugh at each other. Who knows, right? I would hope that by the end we don't hate each other's guts, but maybe that'll happen too. I don't know. You never know. Like, seriously, I don't know. But who cares? It's something to do, right? It's something different to do, right?
I mean, is it something different to do if it's something you've done in the past?
So
maybe.
Let's see how stuff goes, shall we?
Skatecheck saying that he took a break from the Snortex for 3 months, and it's hilarious that he's talking about the exact same things. You can go back a decade in DSP content, and sometimes we do. When we do Act the King over on WPIG, you can take the talking points that he has, the topics at hand, and he still talks about them the exact same way to this day. It's like you wouldn't have missed a day in between. It's insane. The Snortex really is a flat circle as far as the timeline is concerned. Every day is Snort Hog Day.
All right. So, as soon as I hear from Wings on when he's going to appear, if he's okay with what I just laid out, which was, you know, he comes out around noonish my time. I don't know what time that is his time. And that, you know, we're good. That's what we'll do on Monday. But I don't know. We'll find out. All right. We'll see if he actually adds me on Discord. Because I sent him the invite. Right. So he has to add me. And then we got to get this all worked out. But he hasn't confirmed anything yet. Okay. There you go.
All right. So basically no new information.
Okay,
all of this could have waited until tomorrow, Sunday, when DSP is going to return. If he hadn't received a message back from Wings yet, he will let you know that that is the case and that the show is not going on. None of this had to be said on Thursday at all. Literally none.
See what people have to say. Here's what we'll do. All right. Let's see what people have to say about this topic and others. Tag me in the chat. We'll do a little bit of Q&A to end the show. And please, let's get some support for the show before we start with Tormented Souls 2. So, Jade, how you doing? I see you, Jade. Now, we got a problem. Jade, if you're not aware, YouTube decided to change everything. YouTube has changed the way that people are named on YouTube. Jade, I no longer see your name. I see your channel name, which is completely different than your name, which is why I didn't initially recognize you, but now I realize that was you because I recognize your avatar. So what's going on, Jade? This is going to happen with a ton of people.
All right, we already listened to the name change segment. I think we're done here. Shout out Ellie May 25 or whatever that Jade is now called. Very robust and meaningful to me. Jade is, of course, seething. I believe he even said that he felt unsafe in the chat after they changed his name, which is crazy to me, but whatever. Hilldragon asking why they coddle Jade so much, because he's actually disabled. Like, brother legitimately has like a mental disability, and he is permanently wheelchair bound and has a caretaker. That's why they baby Jade, and why Jade is a fan favorite in the detractor spheres as well. Because as far as innocence goes in the DSP community, like an actual disabled person is about as pure-hearted as you can get as a DSP fan. Because all of the other ones are sick furries, diaper fetishists, and pedophiles, as I've continued to say today. So that is the case. But that is going to be the show today. I think that's all I have. That's all the videos. The Great Return show. Thank you all so much for showing back up after 2 weeks off. I believe we are on for WPIG 1651 tomorrow for Act the King, or maybe we do with This Is How You Don't Play. I'm not quite sure. It's still up to the old man. He is in charge. But yeah, that's it. I hope all of you have a blessed rest of your day. Big ups and stay safe out there.